And we're live. Welcome, one and all, to our post game discussion. This is Kai's Musings, where Bruce and Kai discuss various things going on. And we just had an offline discussion that needed to happen because that's just kind of what happens sometimes. You have a situation where a friend of yours needs to vent or espouse their views, but yet, if on some platforms you say those things, that platform takes away your ability to be heard. It
Yep,
sounds terrible, but it's the truth.
it
So,
is.
I'd like to welcome you all to this. And tonight, Kai, did you order a shirt from a certain
What
fat
you mean?
electronic guy?
Oh, you mean this wonderful? It's backwards because you can't see it, but no, it's wonderful. Dick Von Ace of Aces. I, yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah, I kind of did. I kind of enjoy it. I bought a bunch of
I
them, but most of them are in the laundry.
That's awesome. That really makes me happy. And
Also, they are the comfiest shirts you're gonna like. These are some really comfy shirts. Like he did not skimp on quality for these shirts.
he just bought into Bunker Branding. The people you bought that from.
Yeah,
So he's spent some of his own money to reinforce his brand, which props to Nick, the fat electrician. We really appreciate his work and his service he's done. I've got two tumblers of his. I got the It's Never a War Crime the First Time tumbler. My wife has
mm-hmm.
one in the other room, and mine is in my car because I just don't believe in cleaning tumblers. I have bacteria. Let me spill some hot coffee on you. There, it's fixed. And that's kind of what I do. I know that
My
sounds disgusting,
my
but
ste- my steel mug is currently at work, so
exactly. And it seems to work pretty well that way.
yeah.
Um, it is the 2nd of November, and I've got to say, on the 5th of November, hopefully the start of the end of the last 6 to 8 months of crap that falls off. Hopefully, we've got things going on that fixes the nation, and that's my secure hope.
I
Uh,
hope so.
and I really want less governmental controls, and I want less fucking globalists controlling my life. That's where I am, and I think you guys can interpret that. Nothing wrong with those of you that can't, but that's just where I'm at. Um, with that being said, rest in peace, Peanut and Fred, the two furry TikTok influencers that were killed earlier today by the state of New York.
I have no idea what that was about.
Neither do
So
I. I just it's bombarded my feed on X, and I came to find out that because they were wild animals, the state of New York came in and said we're going to euthanize them and make sure you don't have rabies. You don't get rabies, and they detained the owner of the home, got him separated from his pets. Apparently, from some of the reports, the squirrel Peanut bit one of the handlers, handlers, and then Fred and Peanut ceased to exist. There's a ton of Instagram and TikTok content out there if you want to hunt it down. Both animals were adorable. Uh, that's kind of what happens. Furry animals are just adorable that way. I've never heard people say that about my fish. My piranha is adorable. I can't wait to hug my pet stingray at home. I don't hear that. You have a furry mammal, people go stupid for it.
yeah,
So we've been running this game every other week, and it's been going on for about 8 months. I really enjoy this modified system, which we took the D20. I took the D20 game engine, which I hate putting any reference to. I created this, but no, I'm interpreting everything as a D100 roll that was formerly a D20 roll. So skill checks or ability score checks or saving throws, 2 hits, all that's a D100. So basically times 5 on all those items.
Right.
Um, you still have 3 dice 6 down the line for your character who starts off as an apprentice. After maybe a level, or maybe 3 levels, or maybe 7 levels, your character goes from being a upper teens to an adult. And that's kind of represented in our own reality by the fact that there's a lot of times where you have friends that they go to college after they have high school, after they've done some things and got a few accreditations, they've got a few trophies, they've got a few things they've done correct, and they go and they get a further education and they just kind of better their abilities. And so whenever that happens, whenever the DM of your game, whenever the game master of the table opens that ability for the players to go from being children on the cusp of adulthood, which I don't say like your characters, you're all 15 when you start, but there's a randomized little roll like a D4 or D6. So you might be 15 when you start, you might be 18 when you start. But you start off as just like a knave. And you have a few things that you do kind of okay because there's 5 classes, and those are arcane, divine, skilled, martial, and busker. And the buskers are basically your bards in training. And arcanes are your kind of apprentice wizards. Your divines are your apprentice clerics. And these guys, they don't have like, if you compare them to like 3rd edition or even 2nd edition AD&D, their hit dice aren't the same as that. Like we dial back the apprentice classes to hit points from basic D&D. So like wizards or arcanes get a D4, rogues get a D6, clerics or divines get a D6, marshals get a D8, and you get a limited selection of skills. You get like a feat, but as an apprentice class, one of those 5 classes, you don't get much. You really don't. And I messed up when I first started running this game because I had my players go through like one whole level, and then like they really played well. They did a lot. It's all on the channel, and they did so much to benefit themselves that they were granted entry into a union. And for the campaign we play a published campaign setting of Lost Lands. We had them join the Union of Coasters and Traders Guilds, the people that logistically shuttle shit across the continents, and they're the most powerful guild out there. They're the fucking that's the Spacers Guild from Dune, basically.
Right.
And so they get all the neat toys, they get all the stuff because they want to guard things. They want to guard their product and their investments and their customers. So they take raw talent and they hone it and they fix it. And I wanted to have the players, at least in the first campaign, have the edge, but I fucked up in that process that I didn't make them suffer more as apprentices, or not suffer more, but have a bigger struggle. And I messed up on that.
All right.
Not that that was bad or good, but I should have had them do more things as kids. That way they would establish themselves better and what have you. But they did really good for what they did. And they ended up finding a spot not too far from the Green Mountains, which are heavily infested by greenskins of all types, from hobs down the line to gobs. And they found a spot that was semi-defensible, and they reinforced it. And Crafting Gamer, he's in the chat, he's the guy that's kind of in charge of like putting all the things together. So he's always sending me stuff like build notes for what he wants to do for back home. And that's great, because as a GM, you want players that are involved. They want to have like drawings of their bedroom. you want a player that loves his character and would like it to be a real person that he could go shake hands with and be on adventures with and do stuff with, because that your fantasy character is supposed to be, if I was a fantasy character, I'd do this, because that's generally how a lot of people do play from Gen X generation. We were like, man, I always wanted to play a cleric. Man, I always wanted to be a ranger like Aragorn. Man, I always wanted to be one of those stout fighters that would in the gladiator pits. I want they it gives us a chance to play these things that we aren't in real life. And the majority of people, when they first start playing, they pick something along their own lines and they go from there. A lot of people that I know that are in upper management or in like legal work, they would always go delve into the magician, the mage fields, like Bill, and they would always do things like that because they had to assemble words and court briefs and be able to use their charisma to change a judge's mind so they could have a ruling properly. And that they a lot of people do that, and they're starting as a role player. And some people never get out of that initial stage where I would like to be me, but really cooler mechanically, or really just able to do these things that I've always read about in fantasy novels, like cure the sick, or be a person that could lead hundreds of people on a field of battle. That's majority of people never get out of that. Other people will go into games and then they start branching out and getting into other sorts of roles, like they'll get into things like the White Wolf style of games where you actually do endeavor to role play more than mechanically play. The mechanical for that game is fine too, but a lot of people really get into the role play of it. A lot of GMs just take their hands off the dice and be like, "All right, what do you want to do now?" Oh, that sounds like a pretty good idea. And they don't even touch the die because the role play is good or convincing enough, or maybe the person has enough firewalls in their plans to where it's hard to thwart what they're doing at the table, and that's really fun. So anyway, this game, like, this starts at what the rule set that you see is the apprentice rules, and I don't really have a whole lot of it detailed yet. My bad, but um, I do have some things that are kind of interesting, although we've not used them in my current play yet. Things like the hindrances, the phobias, the perks. A lot of my players don't really have a lot of those because when I was rolling these characters up, I wanted them to not have to worry about, like, oh, I have to remember to play a character that's self-absorbed, or I have to remember to play a character that has a leg amputated. I don't want to exactly start my game off as that, but I have some really interesting uh, hindrances and quirks in here that I've copied from games before, and I've really enjoyed putting them in this game because this game is not a game that I've designed, but a game that I've cobbled. And there's an important bit to remember here. I'm trying to run a game or design a game that I can run into my retirement. And I want a game that, to me, is how I see fantasy. And if this doesn't sell well, that's fine. I'm not going to sell it for money. I'm going to allow for people to pay for what it's worth. Pay what you want. I think that's a great idea. I love Radiohead's mindset behind some of their musical releases. I would love for them to stay profitable and keep making music. Some of it I don't like, some of it I love. And I want to see that style of mercantile work continue, even though I just paid Bear a lot of money to get a hardcover of Heroic. Um, there's other, this is a game system I have no intention of ever making a physical copy of. I might make a physical copy of it just for my own use, but it's a document. This is something, literally a living, breathing game document. And when it gets to the point where I feel it's finished, then I'll probably get my hardcover book and then I'll look at it and find like 17 things I need to fix. Isn't that how it works?
All right. Sorry, I'm reading through your through your flaws section right now. I just got to it. So.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of extensive, but I copied that from a lot of different sources. And something that happens with this is that you get build points as you're building your character. Like you get a stack of them right from the outset. Here's 20, and then you roll your creation die, 3 dice 6 as they fall. And if you copy that to your character, strength, dexterity, con, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, as they fall with somebody else to verify or its own recording, then you get an extra 10 build points. And build points are cool because you can buy like quirks. And if you don't have enough points for the race and class combo you want, because you got to buy your race and class combo, I give you build points so you can build your character.
Right.
Nothing's free in this game. Everything has a cost. And so for you to get the race and class that you want, you have to buy them. Some race class combos are much more worth it when you look through the classes, how much each one costs. And it sounds kind of weird, but there's a mentality to it. And after you've bought your race class combo and the perks that you wanted, and you take some flaws that help reinforce your build points, when you get done with the change, you can either turn that change into silvers or into percentile points for your ability scores. So you can bolster your ability scores with build points too. Fuck, I've had people buy the fucking standard ass stuff, and in the past for design work, and then they just dump like 8 or 9 skill points into a character's strength, so he gets 2.25 more on his ability score points, so he really gets something that he wants, like a strength of like maybe 17 or 18. But it's just one of those things I felt was necessary because one thing Hackmaster 4th edition has, and I believe it's in 5th edition, I'm not certain, but Hackmaster gave you the same mentality where you bought your class and your race, and like for you to be a Dwarven battle mage, you had to take flaws. And that was something I always cackled with because the Dwarven battle mage has a lot of perks. Like mechanically, he's not invincible by any means. He's a fucking magician. He gets die 4 hit points, but he has a lot of abilities that he can churn and be a viable asshole on the battlefield, which is perfect. Hey, Soybase Jeremy, how you doing, sir? And Crafting Gamer says piranhas are adorable, and I'm going to use them eat the face of my enemies kind of way, but still, piranhas are adorable. Yeah, he's the first one that said that. I've never heard it before.
So, quick question about this: is there a limit to how many points you can take for flaws?
I think you can have 3 major quirks or 3 major flaws or more. Your mileage may vary. It's recommended you do not push your luck. You could, I recommend 3 is a hard limit, but I'm not going to tell GMs what to do at their table. I am, but I don't do it inadvertently. If you roll and you don't like the roll during the character creation, you can burn a build point and get a reroll. If you cherry pick, you get severely reduced build points, which I don't recommend. If you take a major flaw or quirk and that will reward the picker with 3 points, a minor flaw or quirk will result in 1 point. So you don't really want to cherry pick. But there's some funny ones in there, like flatulent. A flatulent rogue never makes it very far in life. It's funny. You could go the bard route if he wants to, or the busker route instead. But I've seen people try to take that, and this is just like all in one-offs, like spending 2 hours with somebody. They're like, oh, I want to do this, and then like they get caught and they're in a role-playing situation where they're like in Turkey and their hand gets cut off afterwards. All right, well, I'm done playing this game. My character's done. You stole from this person and expected that result. Instead, you did this and you had this result. And it's not my fault. You rolled the dice. I don't like adjudicating failure. No, the dice option your failure. You just decided on failure because you made it to where it's a situation where you had to roll dice instead of making decisions that would firewall yourself from having to roll dice. And I want the focus of this game to be more of a back and forth between the game master and the players at the table. I want that. I don't want it to be a bunch of, well, I'm going to move 6 spaces here. Somebody else be like, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to do this here. And it turns into like a video game, an analog style. I really don't want that. Combat, it gets that way. You can't get around it. But say if we have characters that are reasonable level, and I'm going to say between like say 5th and 11th level, and they've done their work right, they're flashing each other hand signals across a room to where they can see the hand signals. Nobody here has nearsightedness. It's a possible flaw you get. They're able to interpret what each other are saying, and therefore there's a surprise action that happens outside of initiative. And should the ambush target survive and still wish to fight, initiative gets started and combat proceeds. But if you do an overwhelming attack that's brutal and you eliminate your competition, you never really enter combat. You're doing more of a raid style game, which would be the preferred style of game by any means. But you're going to have situations like tonight. We were in the middle of combat in the middle of town because the town's got a weak spot in the planar wall, and you have things coming from like the abyss in the town. So the players are just kind of doing stuff, and all of a sudden howlers attack. Where the fuck do the howlers come from? It's part of the storyline. You got to figure out where's all this stuff like coming from. But in a normal session, you're not going to have a town that's being besieged by demons. You're going to have things happen like we need to reinforce against these goblins, which are not coming from under the town. They're coming from an outside source, like a cave or a mountain or somewhere that they've destroyed like dwarven lives beforehand. And now they're just making an obscene mess of things within a 5-mile radius. And you're in the same hex as them. So you get to deal with the goblins first. I hope you get it done, because this could otherwise turn into a situation where you have a small goblin parish pop up, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that as neighbors. Hey, Doc Flamingo, how are you doing, sir? What do you find interesting about it?
Honestly, I won't lie. From my years of playing a lot of games like Shadowrun and a lot of the World Darkness games and other games, just a kind of storyteller game that allows me to pick and choose defects, because I kind of like the idea that defects, like, I know it's always nice to say all the virtues and the wonderful good things and all the perks in your class and your race, but honestly, it's those quirks and flaws that of what's wrong with you, because that makes someone, interesting, quirky, a bit of either an asshole or a problem or it. So I be able to look through this chart. I've been having fun just kind of going through and looking through and going, okay, if I was playing, what combination of flaws could I get away with and be able to play and pull off? Because that's one of the big problems I have with a lot of the flaw systems, is that it's really, really easy to look where I can get where I can get free points for playing how I'm going to normally play, or what's going to enable players as a GM. Okay, goes, what's going to enable players to get points to justify being an asshole? Because, okay, I'm just gonna wander through this. Through your defect list real fast and go, okay, some of these are pretty cool. I like these, but I can see where where it be what they're facilitating. Absent-minded, I would almost like just give that to some of my players because that's what they are. They forget shit. And for some, what was that?
I'm just laughing. Go ahead.
My players forget shit. So having the flaw absent-minded for the players who don't take notes, and like if I was an incompetent player who doesn't take notes and I just don't pay attention, dude, I'm going to take absent-minded and get 9 points just because of the fact that I'm just a useless player. Abstinent, well, I know a few players are like, oh, I would never drink, or and suddenly you're like, oh, that's 10 points for not being a boozer. Okay. They suck, but hey, it's free 10 points to say my character doesn't drink. I mean, unless you got, Friar Tuck in your group, you should be okay. Or,
St. Arnold.
All right.
Friar Tuck and St. Arnold.
Right.
Same party.
Yep. Now,
go ahead.
Accident prone. Okay. That's just simply, I know some players whose dice rolls are so crap that they would just take that just to, to live up the fact of what they are. And acrophobia, that's an interesting one. I mean, fear of heights is definitely a thing. I like that. It'd be fun to have someone take that so they can have the B.A. Baracus A-team moment of, we need to get him up with that tower. And, try to figure out ways to get that guy up some stairs. Acute allergies. Man, if a player takes that, that's just inviting pain and suffering upon their heads. And because now you've put a kick me sign and you're now daring the GM to make your life miserable.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's what by putting that on, like, oh no, now I sneeze a lot. Or I'm now itchy, sneezy, have rashes, and I worked with somebody who constantly was allergic to everything under the sun, and they were insufferable. But I could see a player going, do I really want to take 11 points to be the most annoying, the most frustrating person in the group? I mean, there's a certain point where we're just going to put you in a hamster ball and roll you around. I mean, that's cool. Afraid of the dark. Oh my. This isn't an Iron Maiden. This isn't an Iron Maiden song. Boy, you do realize that we are playing a game that usually involves going into dark places, right?
Yes.
And it's dark out, and bad things are in the dark. Why? Boy, I'm going to seriously question the player who takes fear of the dark as afraid of the dark. Because it's like, if he rolls it randomly, we're just going to look at him very nicely, put him back on the shelf where we found him, and come back. Like, congratulations, my friend. You have rolled an NPC. What? You have rolled an NPC. Roll again. Why? Because this is an adventuring party. I intend to take this adventuring party into harm's way. Anybody who can't go into harm's way, get out of the party right now. To paraphrase a certain captain who ran a destroyer. Then we have agoraphobia. Oh, now we're in. I'm afraid of the outdoors. Oh, you go over here next to the guy who's afraid of heights and afraid of the dark. Congratulations, Fearmas. We do travel. You know that, right? We put him in a little box and we just drive him around. Oh God, it's outdoors. Albino? That's cool. Okay, I can see that one. Hey, look, Friar Tuck, the disadvantage. I'm an alcoholic. Yes, you are. I can live with them. Hey, cool. for my players, I have other players who I will give that one to them for free as well because they drink like fish, or they do. And yes, amputee. Um, one arm I can live with, one limb I can live with, because that gives some people some neat ways around it. Double arm, no. Amputee leg, possible. Okay. Double leg, no combat wheelchairs. Or, I mean, you do have as 20 points, but boy, I hope there's somebody in the party who wants to carry your butt around. But I also know somebody who did play a double amputee arm, W amputee leg, blind, deaf, but because he had magic powers, he could see, levitate, and hear things through magic. So he was able to just be just a floating torso that casted magic. And I was like, that is the most bullshit crap in the entire world. Why? So hopefully you don't have the ability to have a player through magic just kind of levitate themselves around like a flying potato. I mean, cool if you do, but hey, I like animal antipathy. That's just so nice. The idea of, oh no, dogs growl at me, cats hiss, and animals flee from my presence. That is the single greatest, coolest disadvantage ever, and I can live with that. I love that flaw because I know if I walk into an area, I'm going to be pest free. No one's going to bug me because everything hates me and goes away, and I can live with that.
I tried my best. I was trying to make these at least inventive or fun.
Oh, I know. I'm just seeing what I'm seeing, and then seeing how I would, why I would take it, if I would take it, and how I would abuse the fuck out of it. And knowing that all the dogs and cats and birds and bats and shit, all the little CR1 and less creatures go fleeing from my presence, like I'm some kind of horrifying undead creature. So it's like, like this would make me the best landlord ever. I walk into the kitchen and every cockroach flees from my presence. I have cleansed the room by walking into it.
Crafting Gamer says, amputee, I have plans and designs for artificial arms and legs for a sci-fi world that has a little steampunk.
And I too like that idea. Like, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And because that, because that'll allow you to play those interesting characters as long as they're accessible items where somebody can actually get those. And I know there's people like the one German knight who lost an arm and built himself a metal arm that has a cannon built into it. So yes, that we do have mechanical limbs even historically. So having some magical and fantasy stuff is fun.
Yeah,
and I like that.
Also, keep in mind that once you get the ability to cast like 4th level spells,
yeah,
and by design, this is going to have 10 levels of spells because there's no such thing as cantrips. Cantrips are 1st level spells in this game. They cost mana to burn, to expend, to get, and you just have to deal with that. But like Cure Disease is like 3rd level. Regenerate is typically like an 8th level spell, and mind you, like after 8th level, the only way you can cast these spells is if your deity has domains that have those spells
that go higher.
Yeah, that go higher. So 8th to 10th, you're having to have access directly to those, and then you can grab them and cast them. But
right.
Regenerate would fix, like, if you were an amputee, like you cast Regenerate. As a GM, if you guys had battled from gone from 1st level and you're now like 19th or 18th level, you're able to do this magnificent, this wonderful ability to cast Regenerate or have it cast on you because you have the capital or you have the means of casting it, which You do. That's great. You cast it. And for all those build points that you expended earlier and you got the reward of like picking that up, I'm not going to penalize you for that. You cast regenerate on a like a dwarfed limb that happened at birth or something. Okay, you grow arms, you grow legs, whatever it was that like had happened to you before, like you get it. You wonderfully get it. And magic is the one thing, it's a fantasy game. I feel that that's your cheat mode. And so with magic, you can fix things. So, say if you have a hindrance or a flaw that a clerical spell can fix, you get the ability to get that cast on you or cast that yourself. You congrats, you made it. Now, keep in mind, you're not power leveling because this is not a system designed to power level with. Because one of the main ways that things happen is through off time play. And what I mean by that is that, like, after an adventure or after an event has happened, you don't take a nap and when you wake up, you leveled up. No,
Right.
you take time off. You take a season off, and some people will be just fucking aghast with that. But this is not meant for a type of game where, like, within 12 months, my 16-year-old child, the character that I'm playing, went from a level 1 wizard to a level 20 archmage. No, that's not it. And so get that out of your fucking head. What happened is that you went up to like 19 years old within the first 2 or 3 levels of your character's life because you had things happen. And when I say an adventure, like you might have like cleared out the Sunless Citadel, or not that's kind of big, but you did like a standard, like in the old days when you buy an adventure module, like you might earn enough XP to go up like 1/4 to 1/2 of the XP in that little module.
Right.
And then, like, after you have that, like, you have your resources and you have things that you got to tune yourself to or whatever. And so, in the recommendations, I'm going to be saying that, hey, honey, I'm going to be recommending that, like, you take time off to get all of this stuff to where you have it adjust in your life and you can work all of this together. And it takes time to do things. Like, if you get resources and, like, I just got like a minecart full of iron ore, I'm going to build a fucking suit of armor. Well, like Pathfinder third ed, like you could do that within a week to 10 days. And this isn't really going to reflect that. This is kind of like, for certain things, there's going to be times that you're required to spend 8 hours a day working on it.
Right.
And so, like I said, the majority of this game's time that your character spends is in off time because he's building armor, or he's making the recipe for his perfect alchemist fire, or he's researching spells. And so you have to do that. And like in our own game, we had a span of time within our 8 months of playing, we've been playing every other weekend. We had a period of time where for like 2 years, things happened. Like the wizard Mongoose, he got married and had I believe, a baby girl. You had Janet, who she went off and hung out with her family for a little bit, and then started going to work in their little portion of Ream and trying to help out kids at their orphanage. And she's just, my God, Janet turns into Mother Teresa when we play. I love her to pieces, but if there's like an endangered child that might have a life that's not quite, middle class level living, Janet's cleric is there to rescue it and make sure it has like nice fresh blueberries in its oatmeal. I swear to God that happens every campaign, and I love her to bits for it. But she does this every campaign. That's nice. That if that's her only like bit of autism she has, I'm good. Go ahead.
It's so painfully nice. I I almost wish I knew somebody who was that nice when I was younger, but I didn't. So um, there's a reason why I'm a jaded prick. Okay, so
Yeah. Um, in the past, the flaws and the priors and particulars, there's some other stuff that we do that's kind of added. Like, I do detail aging effects, which I think I ripped directly from one of the other rule books. I'll figure out if I want to keep it like that, because this is a rule set. This is just a rule set. It's not a campaign lore.
Right.
I do have some things I detail in there, like it says right after it gives you the chart for the age. Don't get hit with so many haste spells where you start aging before your time. You won't survive long enough to enjoy the fruits of living to a ripe old age. And I should have shared that with my players. Like, don't be casting haste on yourselves because it prematurely ages you a year. But I haven't written up the spells for it, so I'm not going to fucking penalize them for that. Whenever I do make the official spell document later on in this beginner book, I will definitely have that for haste, because haste at least should age you 6 months.
Oh, it's
Haste,
not the year of suffering.
yeah, exactly.
Why? No.
What?
Sorry. Okay, asthmatic is one of those. Please do not ever take this flaw. Look, look. Asthmatic got me thrown out. I thrown out of the recruiting station 3 times. So, yeah. Um, God
Yeah.
damn. Like 10 points to be denied. No, that should be like I want 10 points to be asthmatic. I'm sorry, you went to the adventure recruiting station. They looked at you funny, and then said, "Get the fuck out." And then they just
No. The fucking definition for asthmatic, I think, is funny. These fun souls have a joy of a time exerting themselves. Triggers for asthma attacks, which can
be
be
fatal.
fatal, are inhaled allergens, which or sometimes stress or trauma. During stressful times, the referee may require the character to make a fortitude save, and continue to do so. Stressful activities will have repeated saves, each one more difficult than the last. A character that fails such a check has an asthma attack and must seek safety immediately because their body's needing to rest. Within 10 seconds, that character that failed the fortitude save will collapse, be prone, and have the exhaustion status for 1 minute, then fatigue status for 10 minutes after. Asthmatic characters may suffer more damage from inhaled poisons and toxins.
Yeah.
And then the next one right after that I have detailed as atheist. Because
Yes.
you could draw up atheist and you might have a cleric or like a paladin type class. You'll never get above second level spells with that, or third level spells by that, by the way.
The thing here is that if you know how to use them right, that's all. All the most utility useful spells are all that low anyway.
Yeah.
And you know what? That still gives you the being the priest of me, myself, and the holy eye. Remember, worship yourself. You can grant yourself up to third level spells. So because you only have one worshiper, yourself. Every morning you get up, you do your prayer as you put on your clothes, saying, "Damn, I look good. I'm amazing." That's right. That's right, me. Who's amazing? I'm amazing. All right. I grant myself cure light wounds. Boop. And then you go all your day. Because I think I look good, I get a few bonus spells for myself. I know. You can worship me too. I can grant you some spells, if you just worship me.
Would you worship me? I'd worship me. I'd worship me really hard.
Man, you know what this room needs? It needs some light. Poof, poof. Yeah, you cast your little spells. I know. I'm amazing. I'll be back tomorrow. Continue to do wonders. And then some people go, "Wow, that guy loves himself so much he can heal." That's amazing. And who knows? You might get that one simp who shows up and continues to worship you, and now you have 2 worshipers: yourself and this little guy with no ego and no self-esteem, who loves you because you healed his paper cut one day, and you found a stapler, and now he's your follower.
Oh,
God, I love early gaming rules where that's all you need to be a god is literally just look yourself in the mirror and go, "I'm amazing."
I'm amazing. Look at me.
My emergency inhaler. Hey,
So,
now the next one down, I love even more. Bad back. For most of us who've done any kind of physical labor
uh,
at all, it's like, all right, I'm gonna do. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Are you
I'm
okay?
not.
Fuck, I'm
I'm
fine.
not.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm not.
I'm not
Your
fine. Do you need
your
help?
encumbrance is halved. Whenever you got a bad back twinge going on, your strength modifier is completely fucked. It's amazing.
Though I would also, if I could modify that just a bit, it's either have your strength modifier or use your full strength modifier, but take like damage while doing it. Like, are you okay? I hurt. Oh God, do I hurt?
Something strenuous. The character will suffer 1d4 hit points per second in during the activity. There we go.
I know
And
with my bad back, I will still brutally carry 100 something pounds over my on my shoulder and just go fuck it. I'm already going and march across my entire warehouse carrying something very very stupidly heavy I shouldn't be carrying. Throw it on the counter. Look at the rest of my coworkers and go, "Where the fuck were you all?" And then go back to fucking to my usual place, and then pop enough Motrin to fucking kill a horse. I love it. Bad luck. Yeah, that's just. I always feel bad for the players who take that because they just know that. I know a player who will take it because his dice rolls suck so bad. He goes, "Might as well just fucking just do it to me. Come on, give me it. Like, hit me with it. It's my one success for the entire day. Steal it from me. Come on, do it.
Do it now.
You can only fuck me once." And it becomes almost a game of going, "Come on, GM, is this going to be my bad luck moment, or will it be my next roll?" And it's like, oh, and it's one of those moments of, I could screw you now, or I could wait to screw you at a more opportune moment. uh,
yeah, I like bardic tendencies.
that one's a fun. That one's flavorful, and I could really see that being both amazing and terribly annoying at the same time.
Oh
Like, a
god,
player who knows what he's doing, amazing. In the hands of a player who has no idea how to tell a limerick or make a story sound good, oh, it'd be one of those. Please shut up. Please shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear 24 half a minute of you trying to describe how awesome that moment was. Like, did you see that point when his head exploded and like, dear God, kid, we did. Yeah, but no, we were there. We were all there. We were literally right there when it happened.
yes.
But yeah, we all know a guy like that. I love it. It's terrible, and I would if I was playing the most annoying person in the group, I would take it. I would take that in a heartbeat, and I would be that guy who describes shit. I love it. Oh God, blind. Unless there's a way to be one of those. I hear the wind. I can smell what's going on around you, but I don't think we have any anime blind sword masters in your game, or do you have a way to have players have blind, dark vision sword fighting going on.
I haven't started to detail what exactly blind sight and scent get, but you'd have to have like blind sight, tremor sense, and scent to not have the negatives that blind gives you.
Right. So I see that being taken only by someone who's going to min max his other powers, and so cool for that one. Cool for the one. I want to play the blind martial arts swords master who sits there and when a fly farts, I draw my sword and kill it. That's cool, but I like the blind in one eye. That's always a fun one because you get a cool eye patch. Though, be afraid of the player who takes blind, like colorblind, blind in one eye, and all and also really like, oh no, I'm colorblind and blind. What? Why? Well, in case I get my eyes healed, I'm still colorblind. I really don't like you. Yeah. But it's like, so you really just want to get 25 points, don't you? Yeah. Yes. And it's like Bloodlust. It's cool. I like that. That one's a nice one because it gets you into the old-fashioned, I'm going to go crazy frenzy, which we don't get anymore because Rage is just simply, I'm slightly more angrier than usual. You're a player character, you're already angry, but now I get bonuses for being angry. And Bloodlust is no, I'm really cool. I'm really angry. I like this one. Bookworm.
Yeah, you're because you're a bookworm. Like your ability to like go a set number of minutes and seconds in combat is considerably halved.
I like that one. I really do. That one's a fun one. I can see that being used because I can see some certain players as I'm making use of that. That one's fun. Braggart is always a blast.
Yes, I want to be an asshole. Take Braggart. Roll
I'm going to get points for being an asshole. But this one's only like, no. I want to get points for talking shit and then starting fights. Okay. Then we got Butt Ugly. Congratulations. Guy who wants to play a useless character. Look, I know my only usefulness point in the game is hitting people with sticks. Therefore, I don't need to be civil. I don't need to be good looking. As long as I hit people really hard with a really big stick repeatedly. Yep. So this is a guy who goes, look, I already rolled really shit my charisma stats, so I know I'm already gonna get penalties. So you know what? Fuck it. Make fun of me for points. Got it. Chronic Liar can get me into trouble. I mean, okay. This for me, this would be the most hilariously fun one because at this point, like, do you ever tell the truth? Yes.
Oh my god.
No. It's a fun one for somebody who just wants to just enjoy being the most annoying character in the being an annoying character, not the most, but an annoying one. Chronic Nightmares is a bit too close to home.
Sorry.
A bit too close to home. But hey, role play what you know, right? Hey, at least I can role play being an insomniac at that point. Chronic nosebleeds. Oh, okay. It's an interesting one. Claustrophobia. please see my comment on guys who are afraid of the dark. You do realize we go into bad places, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, congrats. You're going to be useless because hey, look, we're going into this to escape this dungeon. We need to crawl through this little chute, or to sneak up on the terrorists. You need to squeeze through this AC duct. Well, this guy sure the heck ain't our hero. Ugh, clingy. You know what? You did a girlfriend flaw. Congratulations. College rivalry. Okay, nice. Combat arrogance. I like that. It's like that is the best flaw for the. I'm taking this flaw because I don't start fights. I end them. Now, combine this one, combat arrogance, with the frenzy, with the frenzy one. Like, oh no, you don't want to, little dude. You don't want to hit me. You don't want to hit me. I want to hit you. Boom, and then proceeds to splatter the entire room.
Yeah. And there's another one coming up called Frenzy, which is fun too.
Okay, clumsy fingers. If somebody takes that, I'm going to literally break their hands in real life. I'm going to play the rogue with clumsy fingers. Excuse me. I'm going to grab your hand, then crush it under a book.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab my water.
No problem. You're right. The horror. All right, let's do this. Oh, yes. Yes. I am a cure the yes. Oh. Ooh.
Clumsy fingers. Yeah, that's
a I'm going to break the player's hands moment right there. Deafness is okay. That's a major one, but I can live with that one. That one. Okay, yes, not a problem. I have no problem with that one because people can function that way. No problem. Death Wish. You know what? That one should almost be like if you roll low on stats, you are obligated as a player to take that. But Teeny Weeny Joe, you can't go lead the charge into into the entire orc army. Yes, I can. Why? I rolled low on my stats. This is how I get a new character. Whee!
Yeah.
Like, come on, you get some extra points to make up for the fact that you rolled really shitty.
And a lot of these flaws, I tried to make sure that like they gave you a reason to role play.
Yep, and I like Death Wish is great. It's like they're really Death Wish should be the opposite of common sense. Like the perk common sense, where it's like the GM goes no. You shouldn't do that. No, Death Wish is like, no, you should do that. That sounds brilliant to you. I love this idea. I love this plan. It sounds horrible. Let's do it. Delusional. I can live with delusional. I can. Oh, that could be fun. Depression. Let's be honest. Most of us have it. This is just bordering on hilarious.
Yeah.
easily dehydrated, but no, I like the idea of taking points to be what you really are, depressed. Easily dehydrated, I can live with. That one's kind of funny. And enabler. This was the one that caught my eye first when I was reading through this entire thing. This is the flaw that I love. This would be the one I would take just instantaneously. It's like I don't have a problem with myself, but I love making playing up into everybody else's vices and flaws. I love seeing what could happen with it. That kind of character. It's the why are you helping us? It's because you like. What do you get? Because I love seeing people climb up the mountain of accomplishment only to fall down repeatedly over and over again. So I love enabler. That would, like I said, I would find out, like, if there's a way to like take it multiple times, I would. But hey, you only do it once.
Hey, Janet.
And being able to stand back and go, no, you should do that. And having players go, you think it's a good idea? Oh, I think it's the world's greatest idea. Brilliant. You should do it. And like, why did you tell him to do that? Just watch. See, that's why because I wanted to see the giant space program in action. That's why. Enmity versus... What was that?
I have 3 enmity flaws. Go ahead.
Versus class, versus deity, versus monster. Versus class? Okay. There's like every paladin should just have automatic enmity versus rogue because most paladin players don't know how to handle, having why an assassin is good to have on the payroll. Enmity versus deity. Well, yeah, you gotta have at least one person who you just wake up in the morning and just be like, I hate you. And then you go back, you go back inside. It's like, the sun comes up in the morning, you look out the window and go, God damn it, sun god. Why did you make the sun come up this morning? I'm still hungover. And then you go back to bed. And enmity versus monster. Yes. Tell your GM what monster you are not going to fight for the entire campaign. My class bonuses and all of my bonuses say I utterly hate goblins. Congratulations, we will never fight a goblin for the entire campaign after the first time. But my entire class, it's based around hating goblins. Goblins! I understand. We will never fight another goblin for the entire game. Oh, but that's my shtick. I know. Sorry, man. And enmity versus race.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm playing a drow. Can I have enmity versus all races? How many races can I take as I hate? I hate humans, and I hate elves, I hate other elves, and I hate other flavors of elves. I even hate my own race. And I hate dwarves. I hate Durgar. I hate halflings because halflings just exist. I hate any form of green skin because green skins, I'm just better than them. You're playing a drow. You hate everybody. I know, but I want points to hate everybody.
I think if somebody came across that flaw and they rolled it, I would bump it to 20 if they could fucking role play it.
Yes. I will never willingly adventure with you. Yes. Excessive drooling. Now that's interesting. I mean, that's just that. Look, you take butt ugly and excessive drooling, and you put them together, and you have the pug of adventurers. Make sure you're playing a dwarf. That way, you can be short with bulgy eyes, and you're drooling on yourself. And you go, "Why do we have you? Because you're disturbingly cute for some strange reason, like an ugly dog we keep around." And then when combat happens, we we bang you on the back of your helmet a couple times and go kill it, and then go running off. Flashbacks is really cool if you have a GM who will actually make the flashback fun or interesting or cool. Flatulence. Those people exist. Yep. All right. Frenzy. The bigger, scarier version of our earlier state. I like this. Gambling addiction. Players earn this one. Players just get this. I mean, because players only come in two varieties. I'm going to gamble until I'm stupid, or I'm never picking. I don't touch dice at all. Some players will take this as an excuse to throw all their money away on a card game or on dice. And it's so... I like it, though. I like it a lot. And, yeah. I can live with that one. That one's a cool one. I wouldn't take it, but I know players who would. Glutton. Well, hells. I know people who would take that one, too.
Yes.
Goiters.
I would say his name, but I don't want him going across the bridge.
Right. Then we have
Goiter.
Which, well, I mean, interesting affliction.
They're subject to bleed damage.
Yeah.
It can be cured by the heal spell, though. I want that to be
right.
Go ahead.
So, what level does heal kick in?
Heal comes out at level 11 for divines and cleric divines. Going from the apprentice to journeyman classes, the spellcasters stack levels. So, like, they would get that. Whereas, like, a lot of martial classes, they don't get the stacking effects of martial and, like, say, fighter or cavalier. You kind of have a slower road to handle, but it's still okay. A lot of people have read so far this, they seem to think, like, I really favor the spellcaster classes, and I might, but the spellcaster classes have to do a lot more
work.
And, their workloads are higher.
Oh yeah. Now, okay, 8 points to be what players are. Greedy. Let's be honest. Man, I'm going to steal everything that's not bolted down. And I have a crowbar, so I can work on those bolts. And so, yeah, greedy's a good one. Gullible. I know some players who I would give that as a freebie to them. It's like, congratulations, here's 7 points for just showing up. Why? Because you're a gullible sack of shit. Which is really hard to abuse as a GM, because you got to realize that the players trust you to be the arbitrator of what is and isn't in the world, and therefore, if you lie to them, they have no reason to distrust you until you give them reasons to distrust you. And like, by taking that thing, you're just kind of sitting there at the table and putting a giant sticker on your forehead saying, I am an idiot. You must either look at that player and go, are you really an idiot? Or you're choosing to be an idiot, which makes you an idiot. Congratulations. Hearing impairment, I can live with. Hemophiliac. Oh, that one's a fun one. I can live. I welcome the players who choose that one. I very much do. Inappropriate sense of humor.
That right there.
You do realize that we are a bunch of autistic screeching raptors with dark sense of humors.
Yes.
Our humor does not fit into most people's lives. I've learned this one. I now know this because I go to work and I make a joke and people look at me and go, "What the fuck dark world are you from?" And I'm like, "What's the problem?" But no, inappropriate sense of humor. I see you've taken the 7-point flaw to make jokes that only your friends get. Good for you. Ill-informed. I like this one. It's 4 points, and it's a somebody has to buy into the mainstream media and or conspiracy theories. I love this guy. This is the guy who's just like, but I heard the stupidest story. And you believed it? Yes. Oh my God, you're gullible, aren't you? So ill-informed and gullible goes into the same fucking sandwich.
Oh my God.
I know some players who would take impotence and frigid, your next flaw, because like the alcoholics, I don't do anything that would make me look. We're all gonna fade to black anyway. So what the fuck do I give a shit if I bone anybody? My character doesn't give a shit. I don't drink. I don't fuck. What do you do? Intolerance. Now we're back to what every drow player on the fucking. Now I get to go be specific on how I don't like somebody. Perfect. Jerk. Man.
You get 17 points for that. Intolerant. If you get impotent and intolerant and jerk all together, that's like 20 points of like a 6 charisma person.
Right. You're only going to have good happen from this point forward. Okay, then we get to kleptomaniac. Look, every rogue player who's a new rogue is going to take this flaw. Hi, you want to play a rogue? I do. Is this your first rogue character you've ever played? Yes. Here's kleptomaniac. Why? Because you're already going to do it. Because you can see on your chart, on your sheet, the skill says pickpocket. And you're going to want to use it on everybody. Here, also have greedy because you're the rogue because you think you deserve all the money. Oh no, know it all. Okay, so thank you for putting a flaw that I'm just going to throw myself into at all times.
Know it all.
Know it all. Make a skill make a check to see if you're just going to start talking over everybody for the next 10 minutes, despite you probably being wrong. Yes, 5 points. Congratulations. I love this. Hi, you've been watching an hour of my 5-point flaw on display here. Okay. Let's see. Large handwriting. I love that one. Learning disability. Oh boy. I guess when we gotta get slow Timmy to figure out how to be a spellcaster, he gets to have he gets to have some points. He's an idiot savant. Really, honestly. I'm a spellcaster. Lisp. Yep. Yeah. Little faith. There's with how often I've ranted about gods being fucking useless, I think that one's another one of these. Wow, Bruce, you put a flaw in for me, specifically for me. How kind of you. Limited faculties. Congratulations, we now have another fighter disadvantage.
Yes.
Are you planning on ever playing a spellcaster? What? Why are you asking that? I don't know, because you took learning disability and limited faculties. I might take a spellcaster sometime down the road. No, you're not. Too late. Already got my bonus points. Okay, here's loss of eye. Okay, so it's different from being blind in one eye. Now you have your big boss solid snake characters.
And they
Well,
have
you get no depth. What was that?
They get the flaw, no depth perception automatically with no benefit.
I can live with that. Oh, God. He's more interesting due to his condition. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to star in at least 6 video games. Loud bore. I know a few players like this one. Oh no. Telling long stories? Oh, shit. Bruce, stop putting flaws that are mine into this. Low pain threshold. Look, if I'm playing a character who only has a D4 hit points, I'm taking low pain threshold because I'm going to die anyway. So I might as well die faster. Or maybe I can justify it as them giving me the ability to have like over penetration. Like they hit me so hard that the majority of damage goes through me. I don't take it. Like I'm already dead. Might as well just roll. Low tolerance for alcohol. Yeah. I like that one. And I can see that being an interesting character detail or interesting flaw for somebody who goes, I want to be able to get drunk off of 2 copper. Meanwhile, the fighter and the dwarf are sitting here pounding back alcohol till they're broke, and then you got your wizard. Thud. I'm good. Magic allergy. Okay. Does this have it? You only breaking out in hives and sneezing when you cast it, or when you were exposed to
Next
it?
sentence is this happens if the character is within 15 feet. So 15
Oh no!
Within 15 feet of a caster, like all of a sudden, like they start recognizing like the whatever motes are fluttering around. They recognize the school because they're all associated with different colors. So that, like it goes down to like at 47, that's where the school allergies stop. Then from 48 to 100, or 48 to 64 is magical cold, electricity, magical fire, and 65 to 100 is shit like spell components, animal matter, spell components, mineral matter, and then the final 91 to 100 is plant matter spell components. And there's a paradox of very bad things that magical energy is the allergy is the crux of this. A caster allergic to plant spell components could wade through a swamp or dense forest with minor discomfort until a druid with a penchant for being a blue falcon comes along and decides the caster needs to be entangled. Ugh.
Though honestly, if I knew I had a character who had spell component plant matter as his flaw, I would put him on a stick and carry him around through like woods. And when he starts sneezing, I now know I'm near a spell component.
God, it's terrible. I love it. I
Uh-huh.
love it.
Especially if it's like a halfling or a gnome who's lightweight. So now I could like Now he's just a sneezing mighty. You're just like walking around like it's a freaking mighty detector. He's like, the good stuff's over here.
Oh my god.
And then you pick up, you pull him on the stick. So he's like, hanging over the party, like a freaking flagpole or banner. Yeah, he's a banner. He's a standard. And then periodically, you just kind of lower him down, and just keep on walking. We either find a mine or we find spell components. We're doing pretty good here. Either way, the halfling explodes, so we're not out of anything. Maimed. Ooh, yeah. I can see a player, a fighter, taking that one for free points because he's just like. Because he just wants to have look, I'm already the uncharismatic person. I'm going to take a flaw so that way I'm like, oh no, people are cruel to me and I am ugly due to my battle damage.
Yeah,
it's bonus point.
I like this. I like me.
I like it. And it would be a cool. I can see the flavor for it and how cool it is, but I can see a player who just kind of goes, I'm not playing the talk box, so therefore I'm just going to get bonus points for not talking. Cool. Okay, maintenance compulsion.
Oh, God.
Okay. Maintenance compulsion is something that I think I would do. I would take that one because...
Polish, maintain, repolish armor, weapons, and gear. An hour a day. An hour... over and above what normal adventurers do to keep their stuff functioning.
Now, see, I don't see that as a problem for one reason. We already have to sit around and wait and do nothing. Like, we all wake up, we eat breakfast, and then our cleric and our wizard and our druid and then our warlock and then our whatevers, they all go off to their corners to go and pray to the holy book or whatever the heck they do every single morning, or read their coloring book in the case of a bard. When they all study up their spells and memorize their stuff for the day, like, oh, I did all my stuff. They're doing their prep and they're praying all their stuff. Well, now you get your fighter. He goes, what do? I'm sharpening and polishing my stuff. And I got to make sure it looks good. I look really good. And then we have, I'd be bald. That's the next flaw. Male pattern baldness. I know some people who were bald at 19.
Yeah. We got a friend like that. We have a shared friend like that. Nothing against him whatsoever. Now,
can I take migraines because the rest of my party is stupid? Look, I'm already gonna have a migraine due to the idea that their idea of a plan is just bordering on stupid. So can I just have I'm gonna get 8 points for what I'm going to actually have in real life. Thanks. Awesome. Cool. Misguided. I would take this just to be obnoxious. Just to, it's such a good one. It's like, the person means well, circles keeping them out of trouble is just but this is gullible. Take misguided with gullible, and you're just the mark. You are like the mark every con man looks for. Like, they are hunting for you. Especially if, quick, give him all the money the party has. Wow, I have 15,000 gold pieces, and I'm going to go resurrect half the party. And then suddenly some guy goes, hey there, foe. Good old buddy, old pal. I see you got some money there. Would you like to invest it into my new snake oil refinery I've got over here under this bridge in a dry gulch? It's a wonderful thing. All you do is just hand me that. How much you got there? $15,000? $15,000! And you can be a founding member of my new corporation.
my God.
Missing fingers. Hey, shaking hands of danger hurts, okay?
Remember
Multiple
Summers from Double Dare? OCD cleaning for hours after the show.
Oh, yeah.
And then we got MPD after the missing fingers.
This one I would actually just almost flat out say no to because I know where this can go.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had players abuse this.
Yes.
But if the player can do it well and interesting, yes. If they can't do it, no. Fuck no. Mute. Dear God, I know players are going to take this because I don't want to talk. Now I have guaranteed you I will not talk at any point in this game. Awesome. And nagging conscience.
Oh God.
I love this one. This is just take this with nightmares. With the
Chronic nightmares.
Yes.
Oh God.
And just oh God. You're just gonna constantly going, oh no, I did this horrible thing, and now I'm about to like, oh, you're just gonna be a completely annoying character. Narcolepsy. I like this one. This was perfect.
You have no control when you go to sleep. None.
Yep. I will never do it. Nervous tick. Oh yeah. Again, my fellow players are retarded. I'm taking this because I'm already I'm gonna fucking kill you at this point. I can see it being fun. No depth perception. Hey, I'm not playing an archer anyway.
Yep.
Necrophobia. This one's a legitimately good fear because it is the undead.
Yes.
And you should be afraid of the undead.
Yes.
But this one's fear to a level I can go, okay. I like this one. I like it. It's a solid good one. It's fun. It's hard, but it's not crippling, but it's bad. And I like it. Obnoxious. Yep. Again, this is going to be a flaw that mostly is going to be taken by fighters who don't want to talk. It's just an excuse to be lazy. Obsessive compulsive disorder. Pairs up with the constantly cleaning, polishing my swords. I could see this being because there are some players I know who have routines and it works. Outlawed. I like this one. That one's just an automatic problem.
Yes. That automatically starts the campaign into like, all right, you know what's going on.
You've given the GM a plot hook. That was an awesome one because you've given the GM a plot hook and not even a bad one. It's a bad one, but it's a bad it can
be surmounted.
Yes. Ooh, pack rat sounds fun. That one's another one of those why must you call me out with your flaws moments. I mean, I have been that pack rat. So, yes. Why are you carrying a pile of 75 goblin swords? Because they're loot. They're not good loot. You say that, but I'm going to turn it in for 75 copper pieces. And paranoid. Look, if I obviously go into every situation knowing everyone's out to get me, I'm not paranoid. So I like that one. Performance anxiety. Stage fright's a cool flaw. I like that. Poorly proportioned. Okay. If I want to play Master Blaster, okay. I'm good. So Pyromaniac is a fantastic flaw. I really think I deserve this flaw. I will take it. It's amazing. I want to use it. I'm already playing one. I might as well do it. And rapidly aging. I know some players, like, luckily, the way you're running it, you actually have time pass, so this is an actual flaw.
Yes.
But I know a lot of GMs in campaigns that they would take this and they'd be like, we're not having any downtime, and this campaign's not going to last more than 6 months of real world time and less than a month and a half of game time. I don't care if my character dies of premature old age. Okay, sadistic. Most of us are twisted motherfuckers, and now we have a flaw for it. I have an excuse to be it. I like it, but no, yeah. Bodily scars, facial scars, okay. I mean, scars are cool, kind of. But charisma penalties, yeah, I know. Scoliosis, yeah, okay. Security blanket. I like this flaw. I really do. This is a hilarious flaw. I wouldn't take it, but if a player did, well, I know people like this. But they're also the people who I think that, because it was the, my world is perfect, everything is nice. Pair this with OCD. This is the guy who's going to show up and light fire to the campaign's end boss castle, and when the villain is twitching, dying there, bleeding as his castle burns around him, and all that his works are destroyed, and he looks at the hero, and the hero and just asks the hero, why did you do this to me? And the hero looks down at him and goes, because you ruined my ability to get a bacon cheeseburger on Thursdays when you burnt, like, you ruined my life. What? All this for a bacon cheeseburger? Yeah. All this for a bacon cheeseburger. And I can see that. I could so enjoy playing that level of psychopathic. I just be a psychopathic asshole on that level. Seizure disorder. Oh, some people might want it. Self-absorbed. Okay, I know a few players. Short-term memory loss. Again, I'm handing it to the players who don't take notes and don't remember what they actually do. Shy bladder. That player. I'm going to wonder what kinks they're hiding when they take that one. I'm going to be like, most likely they're going to tell me what the rest of their fetishes are eventually, and I'm just going to be like, please stop. Please no. Sleep casting. That's cool. Sleep talker. I like that one. Sleepwalker. Yeah. Sloppy penmanship. Approximately, I don't know, 75% of everyone I talk to anymore has shitty handwriting, so this is pretty much standard now. Small bladder. Welp. Small hands. Socially awkward.
Yeah.
Some of our players are already this to begin with. So, hey, give them some free points for being what they are.
Yeah.
Sound sleeper. Well, okay. Strange body odor. Yeah. Stutter. I don't want my character to have the same flaw I do. So, no. Superstitious. Okay. Superstitious caster. Okay, interesting. Temper tantrum. No. Dear God, no. I I won't say no to a player, but I will fucking hate them when they take it. Tone deaf. Okay. Trick knee. Oh, come on. Who hasn't been hit in the knee a few too many times over their life where they just can't fucking walk anymore? Yeah. Truthful. I would take this flaw. I would so take this flaw. If I'm not taking the Born Liar one, I would take truthful. It would be a coin flip on which one I would be. It would be beautiful. Uncoordinated. I'm sorry. I'm going to lie all the time, or I'm never going to lie. But actually, no. The one where you lie all the time, I think I would take that one because it's more fun. But if I know there's another player in the group who's a liar or a fibber or blows things out of proportion, then I would take truthful because it's fun to have the opposite foil in the party. So that way, it's one of those one always lies, one always tells the truth situation. And watch the fight. But I would want to make sure that the player who's taking liar would be a good enough player to be able to play off of and make it interesting. Because they wouldn't get pissed. Uncoordinated, unusual convictions. That one's got room to play and be interesting and different. I like that one. I can see that one being interesting. I value next one. Value privacy. That's just being a fair, good person. Where I'm in my own room, quiet. Click. Don't you wait with the rest of us? No. And that one's an interesting one. I like that one. Visually impaired, farsighted. I don't want to, and nearsighted. I don't want to give my characters the flaws I already have here. Weak bladder. Oh, more bladder problems. Go to, dear player. Go find a furry group because this isn't a fetish community. Weak stomach. That one I can live with. I mean, that one would be an interesting one to play. It really would be. Weapon phobia. Is it just simply I'm terrified? Oh, yeah, it is. I'm terrified of one weapon.
Yeah.
Boy, that one could be both really, really awesome to play or really sad. Especially you get something like, I'm afraid of swords. At which point you just kind of look at them and go, I'm sorry. And then you put them in the box of NPCs. And congratulations, you've made an NPC. But then again, we know people in the modern day who are totally afraid of guns. So the idea of having your person walking out and going, bows. I'm like, everyone's got a bow. It's literally one of the most basic first generation weapons of all time. Really? Yeah. But hey, weapon prejudice. This one's got more fun. I like this one. This one's got all of the. Finally, the flaw for the AR-15 cult. The cult of the AK, the cult of the AR, the cult of the M1911, the M1911. This is their flaw. Congratulations, gun buddies. Your flaw is here. Tell me how much you like your SIG. Come on, come out and explain why the katana is the best sword of all time. I know it's been folded 10,000 times. It can cut through steel. This is the flaw. I love it. It's great. I know enough weapon cultists and gun nerds and weapon nerds. This is the best flaw. I would take this one just to have it, just to choose an obscure weapon that I am the biggest fan of. And I will tell you all about it if you don't. And then take some of the other ones, like the obnoxious or the bore, where you will make 15 to 20 minute long YouTube videos about how awesome your weapon is. Wow. Well, wild gestures. Interesting. I like that one. Like, but it's like, oh, but I know enough people who are very, very expressive and talk with their hands. Perfect one for them. Oh God, problems. I love them. It's great. Was it heart? That one's. Look, there's just some people who are that way. I like it. It's good.
Yeah.
And I got through them all. I like, but was it heart? Is there's just some people. That's usually that player who goes, I only have 3 hit points, guys. I would like to not die.
Oh, okay. In my Pathfinder game, the high level game we're running right now, I have Travis. Travis, who's a wonderful cleric player. He plays a dwarf cleric like I've never seen before. He spells first and melee if I have to, but that melee if I have to changes to flee is a must if like certain things get transgressed, like 3/4 of his hit points. We're into the 75% or less of his normal hit points. You know, he's like, okay, I might want to think about leaving because I'm in the back usually, and if I'm getting hit, the other characters are down, so I need to depart and maybe come back later to find a way to resurrect or put them in the big bag and then go to a different wherever. And that I love having Travis in game. He is not a wuss at heart, but man, he would thrive with that.
Oh yeah. And yes, Six Nations, a 20th level fun would be hilarious to play. See some guy walk out with a heavy crossbow, and he's like, yep, 3 God Wars. This is 1 3 God Wars. Click, and then goes marching off to go shoot. Because honestly, you can almost say like, you know, who's in your other game? Your wonderful archer of all archers.
Oh yeah, Connell.
Definitely. I can see him being the guy. His character being the guy who goes, well, anyway, today I'm going to talk about this particular bow. It's great. It's a good bow. It's got, you can see all the various wood lines in this thing and the wrapping around it. And when you fire, and today's sponsor is this ammo company. This Fletcher. They make the best arrows that money can buy. Isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Man.
But then again, we all know enough FUDs and watch enough gun tubers. We all know what that looks like.
Yeah. So that's kind of something that like I've got in there, and hopefully when people start running this, if they run this game, if they do, we get some feedback from them and how this worked out for them and how the quirks and flaws out and out change their game. Hey, Cigar DM, how you doing, bud?
Speak of the devil. Hi there.
He's right there. Shit, let me get you in here.
That's
So
3 orc invasions. That's what he's won. 3 orc invasions. Oh God. But no, I honestly, and the thing here is that I like the fact that flaws can change things so much, and yeah, it adds a lot of personality to things. Plus, I saw several combinations where like, no, if I was playing this combination, I would do this and come up with a cool character. Because again, I erase class and then quirks go so far because nobody really cares about what good things you do.
no, not really.
Not really, because you can do the good thing 100 times and no one will remember it. You do one bad thing, they'll remember it for years. And so when you're walking around and then suddenly somebody pops out, scares you, and you piss yourself because you have a weak bladder, well, congratulations, you're about to earn a new nickname. And you're just misery.
How the hell did this just happen?
I know. Hi there.
Hey.
I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah. Miss you, brother.
I know.
You should come down to the lounge and hang out with me sometime because Bruce is not, too good to come back to Illinois. Too good to hang out with his brother and smoke a fine cigar. No. He wants to stay in Texas where it's hot and miserable and all the food down there will give me the shits.
Wait, what time of year is it right now? The time of year when I routinely see people from the Peoria greater metro area in San Antonio because it is currently 74 degrees where I'm at. And what is it where you are? 30 something?
No,
It's 51 right now. But
Oh,
it's
wow.
going to drop.
Yeah, it's actually unseasonably warm right now. And those are not real people. Those are birds. They flock their fucking wings and go elsewhere. Real people stay.
Ooh, the
I
rain's coming.
stayed until it was feasibly not capable of staying because of financial needs.
See, I don't fault you for that one. I understand that one. If I can get a better job in Tupac 2 fucking wherever, I'd fucking take that job. I get it. Go where the money is.
But they weren't going to make me a manager at Walmart. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, they won't give you the whip?
No. Even though I fucking drove one guy to and from his house for like 4 weeks, consistently getting him there and making sure he was good and able to work, just it didn't happen.
So, did I hear arrows? Did I hear archery? Did I hear shooting things?
Oh my god!
We were just talking about how there's a flaw with your name written all over it.
That's not true. It's called Karanda, and she lives elsewhere.
I know. No. It's called weapon prejudice, and here's what this drawback. Firmly believe that this weapon is superior to all others. They will preach its praises of this to any and all organisms around. No other information fed this person will deter them with their high opinion of this weapon. Even when reach, speed, damage, and available information will say otherwise, they will only use that weapon. This is the AR cult as a flaw, and I love it. Therefore, I kind of like, as Six Nations put it, this is your 20. This is your FUD, the flaw.
I've used other weapons in campaigns. Before my life kind of blew up, I was using a whip in Bruce's other campaign. And I am of a strong believer that the whip should do more damage than, it kind of does damage. No, it has a real world history of fucking some people up.
I at the higher levels of weapon mastery, which this game has, the whip is comparable to that of, like, say, a great sword.
So that's what
You get-
2D.
you-
That's not 2d6. That's a 1d8.
No, 2 dice 6.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I was thinking about turning the whip into a 3 die 4 damage. That way, we have an increased chance of the fucking explosive die.
I've used four. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I get that. I like the
Okay,
bow.
I would say for the flurfer, for your flurfers, ill-informed paired with know-it-all.
There, that works.
I'm not a know-it-all.
No, you're not. You're not a flat earther.
No,
You're not a flirter.
no,
Flirter.
no.
Flirting.
Flur.
Yeah.
No,
Here's some new terrain that Reaper shipped me with my new Arakoth the Ancient, the giant spider.
nice. Oh, is that the one that comes with the halflings?
No, that's the other one that I received. Shall we unbox that?
Yeah, go ahead. I want to see it.
All joking aside, Kai, I'd love for you to come hang out with me one of these days over at Ash Lounge.
The biggest, okay, as cool as that sounds, the biggest curse is that is me having any free time and energy. This is probably the most energetic I've been for the last 2 weeks.
I've never seen Kai with free time. He only had a game to run because people would literally come to his home.
Yeah.
I get that.
When was the last time you actually ran a game, Kai?
I haven't ran one in a while. Not since I moved. Without me going to the school, without me going to do volunteer work, I have not had a chance of just running one for adults for fun in a while.
You need to fix that. You really do.
I've been playing for a while. I've been enjoying playing for a while. But unfortunately, work decided that I don't get to play Traveler anymore.
That's too bad. Oh, I don't know if you're aware of this, Kai. I am a paid investor at the Cigar Lounge. I am part owner.
Nice.
Yeah. I have my own employee, which is weird.
That's cool. That's really cool.
No, I used to joke with Karanda. My retirement plan was to own and run a cigar shop with lounge. So I was able to invest in this place. And do I think I'll making capital off of this investment? It'd be nice. But having somewhere to smoke in the state of we hate all smokers, Illinois.
That's kind of invaluable. I really think that is actually worth more than just having a shop. I think having a shop that is pretty much illegal within the state, and yet you're legal to own it and keep it going. Okay, here's the base.
Nice.
Okay.
Looks like a bomb on somebody's jaw.
Well, you get a whole bunch of scooters.
Scooters.
Then how's that go there?
All right, some cool ruins.
Yeah.
These
Not bad.
are the ancient ruins of Mordor. I'm actually in a game tomorrow.
How did you manage that?
Jade is doing it every other Sunday.
Oh, that's cool.
And Sunday, for the most part, is a free day for me. I mean, it's unless somebody's like, hey, do you mind, I'm hosting. Do you mind come cooking? Then I'm like, sure, I'll take your money.
Crafting. You're running into the same problem I run it. Like, I'm sorry that my curse of no free time kicked in. And like I said, I want to go play Traveler, but I have no free time. There's a BattleTech game going on every other week. I have no free time to go play BattleTech like I want to. So I play online with Mega Mech, but it's not the same. I want to play with the miniatures, but I can't because that requires free time. I don't have that
Speaking
because
of
right
winter,
now
yeah.
I have to close I have to on the top of a hat go close my shit. I go close the store I work at. So
What
by the
town? What side of town is that one at?
was that
What side of town is your job at?
um right on University between like a block and a half from War Memorial.
Oh, so what I'm hearing is you call me. Well, actually, you end up have to go in the opposite direction to go home. So I'm actually asking you to go further the opposite direction. But I am anyways. I'm going to ask you one of these times where you have to close. Give me a holler, and I got the keys to the shop. We wirely 24 access.
I just gotta swing, but your shop is approximately 12 minutes from my store, depending on traffic.
Yeah.
I know this because I watch my drivers, and then and like a hawk, and then wonder why is it taking so long for them to make a delivery to X store,
Right.
and then they come back, and I'm wondering that should have taken you 20 minutes. Why did it take you 30? Because of traffic and lights. I know the traffic and lights. Do not argue with despondent, depressed dispatcher man.
War Memorial can be a bastard though, depending on the time of day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm familiar with War Memorial, and War Memorial in Knoxville can sometimes turn into a jam.
Yeah.
I am technically 28 minutes away from the lounge. Granted, the house next to it's up for sale, and I thought about it for like 5 seconds, and I realized, no, this is a bad thought processing.
But you're also next to a pretty okay pizza place.
Oh, the pizza depends on when. Oh man, that place is a hit and miss. Some days it's a freaking amazing. Other days it's like, why the fuck did I bother?
Exactly. That's why I say it was a pretty okay. I didn't say it was great. I said it was pretty okay.
There's another one up the road. It has the brick oven pizza, but I'm not paying $30 for a 10-inch pizza.
Man, I ate there once because I was like, I'm depressed, I was hungry, and I was working nearby. And so got off work, went there, and I don't want to pay that much for a misshapen burnt pizza.
That's why you go to Rizzy's.
Rizzy's is actual real food.
I can cook you a misshapen pizza. Okay.
Oh, so can I.
You ever had? This is a brewing company up in Wisconsin called the Spotted Cow.
Yeah.
My oldest son was up there this past week, and he brought back a 12-pack. He was like, "Hey, you want some of this?" I'm like, "It's beer from Wisconsin. Does it taste like cheese?"
Okay, all beer from Wisconsin is amazing because
that doesn't answer the question.
49 of the 50th alcoholic soaked counties in America are in Wisconsin. 49 of the top 50 alcoholic soaked counties. I think they judge this by the number of DUIs per county.
Hubba. This is
you're never far from a bar there.
Never.
I lived in Peoria. I was never far from a bar. I lived in Champaign.
Oh no.
Never far from a bar.
In Peoria, but Wisconsin's got us beat. Wisconsin's got us beat like just by volume. By like you're never far from one, and it's kind of a magical place.
I'm actually slightly, yeah, no, that's fair. When people ask me where would I go for food in Peoria, and I said depends on how much money you want to spend. Rizzy's is on that list. Paparazzi's on that list. If you want Indian food, there's a place on Main Street called Spice and Rice that's really good. Finally made it to the ramen house.
Yeah, a place called the Ramen House.
It's not bad.
We have so many noodle shops where I live. It like you could be a complete waifu and just say, I'm never eating non-Oriental food. You will die of diabetes here. And by the way, this is the Reaper fig that they have for the
Nice.
Helen relief, Hurricane Helene, and I really like this figure. I know I'm a Reaper fanboy. I get it, but I
Yeah.
love.
I don't know. Some of the figs that Chris can print out and do, I'm kind of becoming one of his fanboys.
Yeah, some of them, but I'm the Thingiverse is such a grab bag of mixed capacities with people in their artistry with Blender and shit. And worse yet, like I'm not sold on the detail you can achieve with a 3D printer at the consumer market level. I still think that the bigger shops like Reaper, WotC, or WizKids, I think those guys have a lot better capacity to print out.
They've been
Because,
at it longer. I
yeah,
mean,
they've got more experience. They've got the better technology to print off the sharper details. A lot of them, go ahead.
miniatures have gone a long way in the last 12 years.
Yeah, they have. You can look at any of the figures on my shelf that I've had since I moved down here, and you can tell which ones are pre 2009, pre 2011. You can definitely tell.
Oh, this is the worst beer I've had since. Wow, that's slightly depressing. I think I want to have another drink. Cheers.
You know what? I just got a hold of. They're selling 6 packs of Fizzywig, the Sam Adams caramel beer for the Christmas holiday. They're doing that right now.
Oh, thanks again for the 5-pound bag of medium roast amazing coffee.
Did I give you the GOA no compromise?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm turning half that bag into a beer stout.
You okay?
You don't like beer stouts?
I love beer stouts. I just had a peanut butter stout that was amazing.
That sounds nice.
Me and a couple friends are like, hey, we want to get into brewing. I already do brewing. He's like, what do you know how to do? He's like, what do you want to do? So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Cool. And here's the I get a free floor terrain. Yay. My bad.
I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. You guys were mid-flow. I was just trying to say hi, and all of a sudden, I'm like, hey, there's a link from
dude, you came up in discussion, and we were kind of done talking about the things that you don't see with my campaign because, like, I did pre-gens, and so we made a game that has like serious afflictions, addictions, flaws, and Blaine went through it, and he started like going, okay, I like this, and like 80 to 90% of it he was really happy with.
I like character. I like having engines that will give the players flaws because flaws are amazing things, especially if it's a character flaw. I mean, something you can't walk away from. I'm in a Monday campaign, Dragonbane. Like it, hate it, either way, I'm enjoying it. And my guy is xenophobic towards all things magic. So I'm playing the fuck out of that. We got a couple casters in the party. I'm playing a wolf. The rest of them are playing a bunch of fucking ducks. And I get healed. And this was the female characters. I'm like, get your hands off me, you foul, evil spawn of demon lust. I'm trying to heal you. Don't touch me, just go off on it, And then we stopped game. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you that. I was talking to a character. I wasn't talking to you because I'm being a fucking dick about it.
So for those that want to know what the Spiders of Emerith cool you get this little shrine portion. You get these 2 large spiders, these 2 what I would consider medium spiders, although a lot of people will say they're small. They're about the same size as a base for a medium figure.
That's a medium spider. That would be considered a giant spider.
Yeah. And so you have that. You get these webbed bodies here, which I haven't pried apart yet. You get these two, which are bound to the ground, and then you get this cute little halfling.
If you lose the halfling because he's out for lunch, and take the rest of it and mix it up with your big trouble in Little Chinatown, you could have some interesting fun.
Oh yeah,
You see where I'm going with that thought?
I am.
On what was it? November, I think 8th.
Sorry, Six Nations.
On November 8th, I'm on Max's show, and we're talking miniatures versus mind theater of the mind. I will always be a huge component for miniatures because they're fun. They're for multiple different reasons.
Yeah,
and miniatures just doesn't have to be for your basic RPG game. You can use them for other. I mean, they are always used for RPG, but they don't have to be strictly for that fantasy or that sci-fi or this or that. You can mix and match as long as you have the ability to, think about it. It's like, yeah, I think this would be kind of cool. No, my players and travelers show up at some planet that's basically spider webs and wishful thinking.
Yeah. Get it?
It's almost like table breakers, and we're only missing a few more ass hats.
Yeah, we are.
Man, that fucking sad. I get sad when I think about that.
One of those ass hats live less than like 3 minutes away from me now.
I heard.
Next to the troll.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, I drive by that guy's house every once in a while, and I mean, all you need to do is build a minor bridge over it, and I mean, you're right at home. I mean, for Halloween, I'd actually help buy the lumber to build a fake bridge to put some billy goats on just for him.
Wow.
What? Am I being mean?
No, I just don't. I'm just not following entirely for once.
He doesn't like one of the residents.
If you go back, if you go back in time or click on okay. If you go back in time on Bruce's channel, a couple years, maybe a decade by now, it will say last night, Russ's last night with Connor or something like that. It kind of fills in some blanks.
Okay.
It was a lot of fun.
Hey, if you want 100, 200 pounds of dead weight move off of your table, I know, give me a call. I'm also I'm in a fun mood, so I'm sorry. I'll behave.
Oh, you're fine. It takes a 1'3" guy to talk that way.
You're not too far away either. I'll go over and break my foot in your ass.
I haven't heard from Jade, and I hope he's doing well.
He's good. It's just, as always, life's kind of got on by his short hairs. Well.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hey, there he is. How you doing, bud?
So, which one of the Billy Goats are you? Are you Billy?
I'm the one that sits him is playing Minecraft all the time now.
Oh.
I thought that was Kai.
I don't play Minecraft anymore. If you haven't noticed, my game of choice is currently either Satisfactory or Factorio.
I really thought you'd dive into Dwarf Fortress, man.
I do periodically, but I kind of need mass automation a bit more.
I have games on my Xbox.
I've spent
I
less
just
than
don't have
10
time to
minutes
play
in that
them.
game. I want to play it. I realize that once I start to play it, like, I need a day with this game. I need 17 hours minimum with this. I need a week off. And then I realized, like, oh, Bruce, yeah, you have to look for a house here, and your current Tourette's with your apartment company is going to make it to where once the VA gives you your claim information and you can just copy and paste that to your realtor, you're fucking filing your vacation paperwork and you're moving. And you're not going to worry about the hit to fucking credit afterwards because you've got your house, you've got your monthly income increased by whatever the VA wants to do with it, blah, blah, blah. And then you have, happiness. And after 6 years, that apartment bullshit falls off. I've stayed here for 7 years and it's just fallen apart. This place is like falling the fuck apart on me. It's frustrating. Sorry.
See, that place in Connecticut is still up for sale, Bruce.
I know, and I keep looking at that castle, and I just need the fucking numbers for the lottery to do what I say. Here's the numbers you need. Here's the numbers you need. Munchies and munchies.
Rocky.
No.
No?
Hi.
Aw,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
adorable.
no, bud. No, bud. Oh, my God. Trying to lick me to death.
Makes me happy that your dog gives you the happiness you need, because I know you've gone through a bunch of shit here lately, Baron, and I'm happy to see that you got at least one good positive source in you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, I could come over at some point, pick your ass up, Baron. Me and you could go to the lounge. We need to work out the time.
You need to look at Discord, too. I sent you a message.
Dun, dun, dun.
Is this,
No, it's about a side project.
oh,
So you two discuss it tomorrow and let me know the day, and then we'll pull the trigger.
Sounds like fun. But all the lounge thing is also always on the table. Just let me know what they like.
Well, but how much alcohol do you guys serve there?
Well, you can bring your own,
Oh,
or
Steve, no.
or we could pick some up, and I can, because you're a guest, I can technically serve you. There is alcohol at the premise, but it's kind of those bring a bottle for the bar. You get to have what's on the bar, which is
I drink a lot though.
Irish. No,
couldn't be.
no.
Not me. I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, it's kind of funny because after everything happened, I've got my friends who are over in the UK trying to talk me into moving over there.
The UK.
Uh-huh.
Well, I can tell you where not to go. It starts with an L and ends with London.
They're all outside of London, actually. One lives in Reading.
Okay.
One's further up in the up around Corning. Corning? Yeah, Corning. And a couple of them are further north.
Fair enough.
Although I am planning on going over there next October, so I'm not going to let anything get in my way this time.
Oh, have you guys seen my impression of Richard Pryor?
Stop me if you've heard this before. You grab a match, you light it, and you move it around real fast. You just don't have the match painted black.
No.
I thought that was Michael Jackson.
No, I don't feel too bad to do. Right. No, I'm not drinking a Pepsi.
The Michael Jackson match would actually be white, like what his was.
I am not drinking a Pepsi. I don't feel too bad doing that joke because he did it. So,
It was on his HBO special.
And he did it on a interview with Letterman, I think.
Yeah.
Now I moved.
I did too.
I know.
Congratulations.
I didn't know we would become neighbors ish.
Let's see. Mm,
See,
But yeah,
guys,
I'm looking
you
forward
have
to be
reunion
on
on my
Max's show. It's been
channel.
forever since I've done that.
Who doesn't
I
love
think-
a reunion?
I have to look and see next time I'm on because there was a couple I wanted to get. That Halloween one was actually really good. I actually got some side comments that the three of us who were on that panel were really good together. So I was like, oh, okay. Even Kevin Sabita said it was really good. So he really enjoyed it.
You were on the panel with Kevin?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Congrats to you.
Yeah, I've been on a show with both of them now, Sean and Kevin, just not at the same
Nice.
time. I was the backup guy, and the guy who couldn't make it, his computer died, which actually wound up, I think, being a blessing in disguise from what I heard on the after show, because he was not a good type person.
Nah.
Basically, he was trying to weaponize his autism.
really? Wow.
Wow. I'm gonna
That's-
be nice and not say anything.
Me
The
either.
show I'm on is I will be with Bear, which
Oh yeah, you're on the good show. I'm taking the FU show to Max.
and Mr. Max. Yeah, Mr. Max.
Oh, Mr. Pornstash now.
Oh, I haven't seen this mustache. Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, he saved the beard and all he's got is the mustache.
I might just go one further on him. It's now Mo Shave November, and I think I'm going to grow an ugly mustache. I think that's
Again.
Yes, I have to do it. I have to do it for the cure.
You know, if you can't grow a mustache that looks like Tom Selleck's Magnificento,
I'm going to go for that taco
mustache,
flosser.
don't do it.
I'm seriously going to go for that taco flosser.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, go for the full Quigley down under, because he had the full mustache and then the singular kind of thing here. That was epic.
I'm trying to picture Kai with no beard. That's
That's scary.
That is scary.
It's not a good look.
Oh, I shaved my beard off a while ago, and a bunch of my friends were like, "Don't ever shave again." I'm like, okay.
No, I did it. It was a horrible look. Had to do it for a couple of years. No.
Job.
Yep.
Yeah, I get that. So everybody had a good Halloween, hopefully.
I stayed at home. The boys went and went down a block. I got to confiscate some of the Haribos that were the little gummy bears, the Haribos that they got. So there was a place that was giving out freaking Pokemon cards, and they went nuts.
That's awesome.
The boys were just like, "Oh, Pokemon!"
As
was
always,
like-
there was that if you're taking your kids out trick or treating, there are certain things to look for. Make sure you look for. Blah blah blah. Edible pot. Who the fuck is giving away their edible pot? Because that shit's way too expensive, and you're not gonna get that mixed up with a Tootsie Roll.
That's the good house to go to, man. We love them, man.
No one likes your kids enough to give away their pot. No.
See, that's what I'm thinking. No, as a kid for Halloween, we used to go to Peoria into this area called the Knolls, and it was nice. It was for trick or treating. It was really nice. That in Grandview Drive, who know the Peoria area, they gave out the big candy bars.
It's so packed with people now. It's not worth going.
Well, the castle, a new guy owns the castle on Grandview Drive. He doesn't live in it; he just owns it. But he'll host events out there for like the gentleman cigar society. He'll do a couple events out there for us out there. And I knew the original owners, so it's not like I don't know the inside of that house, what it looks like. And I don't know this guy, so I've not been. I'm like, yeah, it's a hard pass for me because every time I go around there, I think of them, the original owners. So are you like kicking distance from his front door? I mean, we should like paint
I'm
him.
I'm on the other side of the house, so
Oh, really?
I'm fine.
So sometime we have to get over there and make his front door look like an outhouse.
No, because he's actually got a like little porch type thing going on.
Oh.
I mean, they do have the once a month Saturday game over there every now and again.
Yeah. Fucking, I heard Scott's no longer tall and slightly fat. Scott's now tall and slightly stacked. I'm like, huh. Nice to know.
What did he do? Just go to live at a gym for a while?
Yeah, over in off University. I think the place is called Titan or something like that.
Cool.
I need to start going back to a gym or somewhere that has a fucking pool so I can
Good luck.
get some of the shit off of me.
Riverplex, man. They got a pool down there. They got everything down there.
Yeah, I'll get that on.
Just their hours suck.
Yeah, their hours are funky, and they're not open on Sundays.
So that would be actually the day I need them to be open.
Yep.
So, what was I going to say? I missed last Saturday's campaign, which I had a good reason, but I really need to stop missing Bruce's games because when I do, he keeps breaking my shit.
First off, it really wasn't something that I don't think you could have controlled. All three of these big fuckers came to help the druid, and then she also had a fucking hobgoblin fighter that was worth his fucking salt. And so I had to party on the ropes for probably 3 hours if you watch the campaign.
I'm going to have to before next campaign. I normally do.
Yeah, they just, and Chris is like really kind of upset. He's like, I don't understand why you're so fixated on breaking his bows. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like my entire fucking, like, as the time goes on, like the characters get higher and higher level, and like you start having like DPR of 130 to 170. That's going to be the main focus of like all the bad guys that can crank out any respectable damage. Is like, oh my god, this fighter with a fucking sword is whipping my ass. Maybe if I break the sword, I can keep my hit points longer, And I think that's going to be how that is.
Well,
Go ahead.
I know next time I have some money put together and we got some downtime, I'm making a replacement bow. I'm just making a duplicate of the bow I already have.
You need to go into Discord and see what the fucking spreadsheet is that he made, because I rewarded all of the fucking things you found. The only thing that didn't happen was Travis hasn't gotten in touch with me because there is a pool of briny fluid that's pretty much acid. And like there was a shield and a sword that the hobgoblin reason that they know the sword was badass, but the shield projected prismatic spray off of it. And so I fucked over like 2 or 3 of the characters. I killed Cricket. And then the players like managed to win, and that's great, but the hobgoblin was fighting on a narrow ledge with Stian, and he slumped over the edge of the bridge, and Stian's like, I'm going to stop his stuff from falling. And I'm like, no, you're really not. You stop his body from capitulating off. But he's like, man, that's the same reason why Greg left. I said, what? It's like, you don't let us have the good stuff. I'm like, but fucking hell I don't. And then I awarded the fucking gear, and Chris is like kind of going out of his mind. and there's a ton of really good shit there. Like there's a ring of fucking protection of
+4.
yeah.
I looked at it earlier. I just haven't had time to, get on dice.
There,
Maybe.
there's some serious. The backup sword he had is fucking crazy. +3, that's fucking human bane. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's fucking. You got some beefy treasure out of it,
My
and so you got enough coinage to where you're not going to worry about like, oh god, my broken bow or whatever. No, you can fix that. You can raise your fucking cohort. You can fucking get yourself cured up. You can fucking refill your resources before
it's
you do
not
the
so much that I'm like, how dare you break my bow? It's more at this. I agree with you on your tactics. It's just more annoying than not.
Oh yeah, it would be annoying.
So
Should
fuck
hasten.
this. You broke my bow. Whoosh! I got another bow. Come break this one, asshat. Then
And it was funny because like he even RP'd the part where like you denied mom's bow. You're like, no, I'm good. Because you do.
There's nothing wrong with mom's bow.
Her bow is great for fucking support.
Yeah.
And
What, are you trying to say you don't want to be supporting the game? Is that what you're trying to say?
My bow.
Your support. If you have a bow and that's all you use, you're freaking support. You stand by the wizard and make sure he doesn't get killed. And then if something comes in, you draw your sword and you fight it off, and then you go back to the bow and then continue. You are the ranged artillery. Period.
Right. You said one thing that was incredibly right. I am range artillery, but I'm not. I'm back. I'm in back of the bus. A bus. I'll give you that. I'll sit all the way in back of the bus because my arrow can hit the person in front of the bus, on the side of the bus, 2 blocks over from the bus. But I'm not saying the other characters don't pull their fucking weight. But this, Mike, they're robbing. It was robbing damage to the things that we're killing from the party if I use the other bow.
okay, what's the special ability her bow gives? Do you remember?
My bow has holy
Her-
on it.
Her bows. What's the big spiff that her bow does that yours does not?
Oh, it puts damage. It puts damage bonus on the character. Is like if you're a melee. If I shoot somebody with this bow, they get a
The allies of that you've got when you shoot a target with this bow, that target now gets a +4 to hit and a +6 to damage from all your allies.
that is a great bow for a support NPC player. We have enough of them. We have a soccer team, a football team, a baseball team worth of followers.
Well, Bruce, now you know your next line you have to do. The followers all have to be sacrificed.
Oh, he's tried. He's came really fucking close.
I'm doing my job.
Yeah.
I'm not lacking in the fucking lackey attrition portion of the game. Last game I ran, I fucking killed Cricket. And I've been enjoying the shit out of Cricket lately because I use her or any other NPC as a surrogate for information that he's being part of the party. The players don't run the cohorts. I run the cohorts. During combat, I let them control the cohort. But after combat, I put the fucking puppet on, and the puppet says stuff that Bruce is trying to tell the players what's going on. Like, you missed your fucking perception check? Don't worry, I rolled it. My bonus is blah, 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 blah. And, like, Cricket will tell people things that are going on with traps or things that are going on with, like, perception rolls or before a trap finding or a fucking evasion reflex roll needs to be rolled from fucking trap finding. Cricket fucking spots shit and she fucking points things out because she's got the bonuses to where feasibly she does that. And actually, when Mindy runs Cricket's side of the equation, Mindy plays very much like that cautious fucking person because Cricket loves her sister and doesn't want her to get hurt. And that kind of extends to the rest of the party because Cricket recognizes the party's good for Helga. And so the party's great for fucking Cricket. Lets Cricket get away with all of her fucking stuff.
Next campaign I'm going to run on Monday. It's going to probably be anywhere from 6 months to a year from now. I'm going to run the non-PC version of Curse of Strahd.
That sounds like fun.
I'm using 5th edition, but it's going to be. Sorry, we're not.
I'm writing my own system. If you'd like to use that, I'll send you the link.
I would love to. The people I gaming with right now, I adore, but they're all kind of got the. They're kind of getting over their 5th edition crutch. Like I said, we have one guy who's about. I think he's going to use Traveler. Another guy who's using Dragon's Bane. Then you had mine, which was technically Pathfinder, but I was using the 5th edition as the engine. And the other guy is running Spelljammer, but I don't know how much longer the Spelljammer is going to go. And as soon as he's done with that, he wants to run the Ninja Turtle game after the bomb.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it should be.
Is it going to be the? It's going to be the older version, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Weasel.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. You're going to play Weasel, aren't you?
Buddy, Weasel action. I'm gonna poly fucking throw the fuck out of this character.
Well, if I remember right, the Weasel has like all of the fucking ability bonuses you could want as a Palladium player.
Oh
You might as well
God,
just
yes.
Take boxing, and therefore just round out like all of the cheese. Get all the cheese out.
Now, me and Max talked about it, and he's the one who told me about the Weasel. And I've looked into him, like, oh, cheesy, buddy. Some Weasel action. Yeah, I'm probably showing not like old Polly Shore. I'm talking like early 90s, late 80s Polly Shore.
I like all versions of Pauly Shore, and I know that sounds like you're a Pauly Shore fanboy, but I really kind of appreciate him as a comedian. He's pretty funny. He doesn't seem to be a bad human. I haven't seen him endorse politics at all yet, so I'm pretty fucking happy about that. Like right now, it seems like most of Hollywood can't shut the fuck up about politics, and I'm just happy Tuesday it all culminates in one final, okay, get it out of your system, and then we'll have the violence afterwards. We're going to have violence. That's just, we can't avoid that.
Historically, yeah, I'm done. I did my constitutional duty a couple days ago. I'm done.
Mickey Mouse, or did you vote for yourself?
I voted for myself.
Okay.
Why waste a vote?
Fucking miss you, man. I'm just happy. We're between now and January. It's going to be a little bit of stress. After January, I think is when all the stress starts. But that's just me.
Oh yeah, my friends over in the UK said they're just sitting and waiting. It's either going to be, the U.S. implodes or the U.S. explodes. It's going to be one way or the other.
I blame Nixon. No. I blame JFK.
I don't think JFK did anything wrong.
The first public on TV debate was between Nixon and JFK. JFK went up there like the stud he is, and he lambasted the fucking troll that we know as Nixon on live TV. Ever since that, Bear's got the right of it. Every debate that you see on TV is the angry mean girl fight back and forth. Who's ever the best of the mean girls win.
Yeah.
So I'm done. I did my thing. I'm good. Next 4 years should be what they are. Say what you want, but Americans have a way to survive most bullshit and come out on the other side.
Yeah. I survived Obama. I can survive anything.
I survived Karanda. I can survive anything.
Oh, can I change my answer? I survived my friend being married to Karanda.
Kai, you look tired or really just bored with us?
You guys are all having conversation. I really don't have anything to include.
You can
I'm
vote for
not
me. Hey,
on any of these streams or anything, so I really don't have much to say.
fair enough. A
Should
vote
we
for
take it
Connell
back?
is
Should
a
we take
vote
the
for a vote for Connell is a vote for I got nothing, but it's better than what we got.
I kind of like this comment. I don't know how much I like this comment because, like, oh wait, I got to fight. Fuck. Trial by combat needs to be a thing again. We got it. I understood what you said.
Battle. And
I
declare
want
battle.
to the conversation to gaming for a moment. Connell, I know you're busy. Kai, I know you're busy. Baron, have you played anything lately?
Not since everything.
Damn.
I play. I still play. Fuck. I need my Saturdays to free up again, but I make money or don't make money. Make money or don't make money is kind of where I'm at.
And here I thought you were living with your ex, so like you had both worlds.
No, I am not.
Okay.
No.
Are you? I take it your Saturdays that you're working, you're making considerably good. So I'm not going to go too far on that. And it should be. It should be. You know, your fucking wallet depends on it. So let's keep doing that until you find a way to make money Monday through Friday or Sunday through Friday or whatever it may be.
It's normally Monday through Monday if I can make it work. I got my daughter with me, so my expenses are just different right now, but I'll get a handle on it. I'll make things work. But yeah, no, I'd like to get back to your campaign because I get to use a whip and use a whip correctly, which means it does actual fucking damage.
Do you nay after it?
What?
Do you nay after it?
No, I don't nay after that. I might Uncle Russell after Uncle Ruckus after it though.
No, because if you whip, you got a nay.
Oh.
See me whip?
Oh
See
man,
me
I don't.
nay?
After going through the fucking what was it not Traveler? What am I thinking? Palladium stuff and Rift stuff. I never want to hear anybody ever bitch about how loaded Pathfinder is.
Go ahead, Kai. Say it.
Say what?
I don't know. You look like you had something to say on that one.
Yeah.
No.
Because I could start looking. I could start with the first book in Palladium from when and not even be done with the first edition until like 3 years from now.
The thing is that every bit of the Palladium universe does not necessarily overlap.
That's fair, and it's all usable. I mean, you could throw everything you want into one pot and serve it. Yeah, that's kind of the feel I had for that guy in the very beginning. They need to hurry up with season 2 of the new one on Netflix. So
I'm almost done with my King of the Jungle, and we will call him Bill.
Nice.
Working on him. It's like having a full desk of shame.
Oh, speaking of shame, my dumb ass got talked into doing Final Fantasy football this year.
Fantasy football?
You mean fantasy football?
Uh-huh. I got first pick, first draft, and I did my research. I'm not a football guy. I watch the game. I can appreciate watching game ever so often, as long as there's beer and beer there and something else for me to look at. But whatever. So I got first pick, and I picked my guy, and everybody's like, "Oh, you son of a bitch!" I'm like, "Ooh, I'm going to do good this year." Then he's been out for the last 8 weeks. I'm like, motherfucker. This sucks. I want to recount. This game is rigged. And like, well, if you like this, there's fantasy baseball. You can go fuck yourself. I'd rather go play old school Final Fantasy 14, where it's a turn-based game and they drive me up the fucking wall, than try to do this nonsense next year. Bruce, what you looking at?
Just a genius guide to divine archetypes. Nothing big.
We're a host.
It's good. It's good. I typically will be looking at drive-through RPG at various things, or Twitter. I don't need to look at Twitter. Let me stop.
Next year, I'm going to try to talk my daughter into dressing up as Carrie for Halloween. From the novel, Stephen King novel.
How much of a sissy SpaceX can your daughter pull off?
What space?
Sissy SpaceX. I think she's still alive.
Is that the actress?
Yeah.
I don't know, but she's got some serious resting bitching face that could put most people to tears. It's just like,
Look at your daughter's mother.
No, Karonda has a resting crazy ass face. I don't know. I was trying to talk Corbin and dressing up as Michael Myers this year for Halloween. 6 foot something, built like a brick shit house. All he needed was a mask and a automobile jumpsuit, and he'd been fine. Hey, Baron could dress up as a Oompa Loompa.
No.
Wow. You gonna let him talk to you like that?
Well, I mean, you are tall enough. You could pull off the leprechaun.
Look into my eye.
And now I have you. That's my zombie fly jig.
Wait. Speaking of leprechauns, what is your icon there, Baron?
What happened to yours? Oh, you had to take it down because YouTube said no.
YouTube hasn't said no. I just haven't been doing much YouTube of late.
I thought you said you had to change it because you got an email from YouTube or something.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
you're right. I did. Fuck, I forgot about that one. Yeah, this last year's been fun.
This girl.
Yeah.
1976 Carrie. The good Carrie movie. The only Carrie movie.
The most recent one wasn't that bad.
It really doesn't compare. It's a good movie if you're uncultured and don't know about this one. And now they've shared this to you.
No. I dressed up as I'm working my ass off a single father this year for Halloween. Amazing enough, it was an expensive costume.
I'm surprised you didn't get the scratchers and the cigarettes.
No.
Daddy returned.
It's kind of funny though.
That's kind of cool. I don't know. For RP stuff, I think maybe 5e is a good game. I'm not sold on 5e. I probably never will be.
The engine itself is not bad because it's kind of the engine that they used for the new Stargate.
Yeah.
And it works out very well. It's just all of the bloat that Wizards and Hasbro have thrown into it that totally make it
unappreciated.
Yeah.
Well, do it like they did. Oh, go for it.
Go ahead, Kai.
But what about the new 2024 update? How has that panned out?
Evidently, there are like, are you talking about the new version?
Yes, the unofficial. It's not a new edition.
They unscrewed a few of the character classes, in my opinion. That's like the only benefit I see from it. Like Ranger got hosed in 5th edition. It's now unhosed. Paladin kind of took a little bit of a hit, but it's not horrible. Um, 5th edition is a fine, as Baron said, is a fine system. And if your thing as a DM is to come up with your own story and running your own world, fucking sliding 5th edition into it as the engine for your story works just fine. It's simple enough. I mean, I've been playing index card RPG with Jade. That's another just simple ass system. And if you're good enough of a storyteller, that you should be able to run that system without too much heartache. I mean, don't fucking make things more complicated than they really have to be. With Pathfinder Society had the right of it. You get the handbook and one out of the book. You don't get to bring 30 other fucking books in somebody's into the shop. You get handbook and ultimate magic, ultimate combat, whatever. Pick a book, bring it. That's your character. And I kind of like that idea, even for 5th edition. I mean, don't need. It's cool. You don't need 15 fucking books to make one fucking character like 3.5 days. It was cool, but you really don't really need that.
Lies. I need every single book.
Wow. I see your mouth moving, but I heard Starkweather for some odd reason. That's weird.
Some people can go. Look, if you want to go play the Harbor Freight of video games, of role playing games, feel free. Some of us want the Snap-on dealer addiction of like why. If you have a toolbox that has 1,000 tools, why it shows up to only using 2 of them? Use the whole fucking chest. You invested in the whole damn thing. If I have paid for 500 books, I'm using 500 books. I don't want to use 3. Fuck, 2. Plus, honestly, let's be fucking brutally honest here. Most adventure modules are kind of crap. So
adventure, I 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. The mods that they came out for Pathfinder, I just got done running the Rise of the Rune Lord. Fuck that module. Fuck that module.
You didn't like it? I'm surprised.
he ran enough time.
I almost guarantee he did not throw the second module into it like you did.
The second
The ogres?
No, where we go into that get that sentient sword.
Oh yeah,
No.
the sentient sword. Yeah, that's a extra piece that I had in my stack.
But it was another module that you slotted into it though.
Yeah.
See, my problem with that module is you need to get your players from point A to point B. Oh, okay. But but how do they fucking get there? Where's the hook? What drags them to the next point? When you have players midway through the campaign asking you, why the fuck are we here? And you're running it, it's not your homebrew, it's not something you're doing by a fucking module, then that module just needs to be pitched. Because it doesn't need to be completely laid out on them like a railroad track, but there should be enough clues, enough hooks in it where they can get into it from point A to point B without there being a problem. I'm not, gaming with you guys, you're all highly intelligent. You can pick up what's ever laid down. But if you're running for the average, I play every so often players, and it doesn't have any, the breadcrumbs are not there because the birds already came up and fucking ate them. Fuck those kids. Then they're going to get bored with it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of goes back to when I was running my Pathfinder 2 game. I was running it out of one of the first modules, and then I almost killed a couple of people because of smoke inhalation. Did we lose Kai? Or did he lose?
He'll be back. He's on.
Okay.
He had a fucking PC crash.
Oh, I was hoping I didn't piss him off. It's been a while.
But they had the smoke inhalation rules in there, and literally I almost killed like most of the party with it. And then I said, "Screw it, we'll do my own thing."
Even fifth edition, was it the first fifth edition? The Dragon Queen or Rise of Tamint, one of them. I can't remember which one of the module is. There is they get jumped on the road, and if the DM is not clever enough to like lower down some of the damage, you can outrightly kill your party at level like 2, level 3. There's just no saving them. They're fucked. And I don't think. I know death is a part of a campaign, and it's Bruce has tried to kill me, has killed me multiple fucking times. It's a thing. I get that, but I don't think he is going to purposely. I'm going to fucking hose you so you die because I don't like your character or whatever. That's not Bruce's stuff. And that module, granted, it's a module. It's a book. It has no fucking feelings. But if you put your characters in such a fucking spot where there is just no way for them surviving, that's bad module writing and bad DMing. So, I mean, Will-O-Wisp, Pathfinder Will-O-Wisp can kill a first level party. But if the player's like, well, we need cleric, we need this, we need that, there's a way around it. So, I don't know. I'm becoming the grumpy DM. Not on Kai's level, of course, but definitely the grumpy DM.
Here's Kai.
I'm missing Kai's rants.
Unfortunately, my camera's down, so I don't really have.
Apparently, so is your audio.
Oh shoot! And
There it
camera's
goes.
also worthless too.
Awesome.
Did you get it at Kmart?
No, it's
Yeah.
the crash just didn't want it to boot back up. It's
Was it made in Taiwan?
probably.
Russian components, American components, bang, 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 all made in Taiwan.
Pretty much.
So, Connell, if you ever want to run a death trap dungeon, I just put it in your Paizo or in your Discord. And the module I ran was a 7 Swords of Sin, where you actually get like the Sword of Greed. You guys never really used it that much after that because you're like, oh shit, this is the Sword of Greed. Nope, 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 nope.
No, I believe I attempted to use it and I got turned into a bunny for it.
Yes, you did. By the party, not Bruce.
Yes.
Oh, I have sex with everybody else.
Oh,
Because
no.
they invoked the bunny clause in our contract.
Yeah. You had a
Oh.
bunny clause.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we had a bunny clause. If anyone got took over or was mentally dominated, anything like that, we were allowed to go ahead and allowed to be polymorphed into a bunny.
That tracks. Makes sense. Man,
Okay.
that makes a lot of sense, actually. But I will always be a big Pathfinder fan. I mean, I love 3.5. Pathfinder was close enough of a kissing cousin for me to get aboard. And I've had a lot of great time hanging out with people who run, Pathfinder, Bruce being one of them. I get where DMs get burnt out on that system because there's a lot of bad to it. But if you're, as I said earlier, if you're creative enough as a DM, you can work through the bushes and actually get back to a path that works for your campaign.
Then again, on similar notes, if you're creative enough, you can make any game engine do anything you need it to do.
That's true, except for the Dragon Ball RPG. That one was pure shit.
There's a lot of shit ones, but here's the thing: it's like, but conversely, I mean, if you're willing to put in enough hard work, you can convert Exalted into D20. It's not hard because it uses
more Exalted.
or you can convert any game into any other game if you're willing to put the effort to figure out the math.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, thanks to some weirdo writers over at Catalyst Game Labs, I now have the ability to convert BattleTech into Shadowrun, which has a conversion that goes into D&D. So if I wanted to, I can run a Warhammer in D&D and have actual legitimate functional rules, and then translate that over to 2/65 scale, so I can run it on a micro armor battle map,
So,
and be able to adapt the rules from micro armor to run World War II artillery properly with proper ranges, and then be able to bring in an air support map with space with orbital bombardment rules that I can import in from other games. But because I also have rules from the D20 Traveler game, I can also have a jump 6 ship using, Traveler ships so I can also have a guy in battle dress show up in the same game. Meanwhile, yonder wizard over here gets to go, I cast fireball, and the guy in battle dress, evaporates him with a plasma cannon.
so what
And we
I'm
go on.
hearing,
What was that?
so what I'm hearing is show up at Kai's house on Tuesday.
And have a nice game.
As long as we can kill the fake president that is known as Shadow.
I mean, if you really want to have a game where you have somebody who perfect dodges and uses some essence, perfect dodges a space battleship or cannon, yeah, cool, yeah, we'll have that game. I can run that. I can run it.
I had a lot of fun with that character I made in your the campaign on Table Breakers, my Portus, version of it.
Yeah.
Oh god, that was a lot of fun. We should have killed Shadow's character on principle, though. I'll still stick by that.
I never got a chance to finish that one, and I feel bad about it.
I mean, there's always tomorrow.
There's always other times. It's now somebody else's problem.
Fair enough.
I really liked his character because it offered a lot of RP. That was one thing I thought Shadow was like. He really hit the nail on the head on how to do that. He did. I mean, I know there are people that disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But I liked his Inquisitor character, and I thought if we continue that arc, like every single one of us was ready for part 2, part 3.
Table Breakers will now be ran purely on Kai's game.
I don't think that would be a bad game.
That'd be a great game. God, that would be so fucking fun. I would even tell other people, like, hey, I'm quitting your campaign because I need to spend more time with Kai's campaign. What do you mean? See ya. I'll be out. Here's the link. You can watch it on YouTube.
Sorry, Saturday. I'm hanging out with Kai. What?
My problem there is that you'd be running into the same problem I'm running into right now, where I have legitimately no free time to have any fun whatsoever. It's like, this is I have blocked this time late night on a Saturday every other week to be able to have, do something. Beyond that, I'm usually busier than crap because I've been missing Bruce's, we're watching movies on Sunday because I'm never home.
Yeah, I get that. Besides from my main hustle, somehow, the lounge just kind of became a little bit of a job as well, which I was not expecting.
Hey, if you're invested in a business, it is something that you're going to put time into.
Oh yeah, I thought my time spent there was going to be drinking and smoking cigars.
No, it's never that.
Fuck, was I wrong?
It's always wrong.
But yeah, I mean, I kind of even retooled that one I ran for you guys at the last one I ran, and I know where I went wrong. And that's the problem with it. You always know what you should do differently the next, after the fact. But
It was definitely an experience being stuffed in a fucking bag.
you liked it.
Not
Yeah.
really. I wanted to be stuffed in a vagina.
That's just a bag of a different sort.
The bag I want.
I miss you guys. I really do. I miss hanging out with you guys. It's been, Bruce, I get to hang out with you more so than I get to hang out with these other two. And
Yeah.
one of them quite literally lives like a couple streets down from where I do. And Kai, he's got that crazy job schedule, which I don't fault you for. I kind of pretty fucked up one myself.
It's all right. We all do things for money.
$20 is $20. So you actually had. I was about to say, Baron actually had Bear believe that I was a little person there for a hot second. So fuck off and fuck you.
Well, when you're 1'3", I mean, come on.
Yeah, I might be 1 foot standing up, but I'm 5'6" standing laying down. Oh yeah, that's what Camp Master Kevin used to tell me. What?
Somebody's got to show Jade this stream later this week.
Oh,
Like, you missed it, man.
He's probably passed out right now or something.
He's got the busy life going on. And I'm not saying that you guys don't, but he's happily married, has 2 great children. I mean dogs, has a beautiful wife, and just kind of living the good life right now. And having working the hours that he does, able to support that life. I'm not going to fault him for that. Wow, I'm being incredibly nice. I need to knock that shit off.
Yeah, who are you? What have you done with Connell?
Yeah. Okay, now tell us your feelings on Starkey.
What can I say? Cancer kind of changes people. Hey, I'll have another beer on that note.
You know what? I'm going to go grab a beer. I'll be right back because I want to have a beer with you. I'm going to go bring 2 back, though.
Whoa.
Mission from God.
We're on a mission from God. We got a dead body in the trunk.
He's going double fist.
There's a part of me to be afraid to go out there and go try to, the 13-minute, sorry, the 10-minute trip one way to get to his house, to go knock on his door and be like, get out of the stream, then drive back. That would be the worst spent 20 minutes of my life.
Oh, God.
No, don't cross the stream.
Damn it. If somebody asks you if you're God, you say what? Yes.
What did you do, Ray? What did you do?
Gaming was so much easier. I mean, granted, compared to the rest of you guys, I so much got on this boat a whole lot later on in life than you all did. I will say that. I was too busy, doing sports and having sex as a teenager. My bad. How dare I just sit home and play games? What?
Shut up.
Yeah, that's a new edition of Warhammer. Not Warhammer. World of Warcraft just came out. We get to play as penguin pandas now. What are you going to do this weekend? Your sister?
Now, was that the other guys?
Now, there's a point in time when Warhammer 40K 3rd Edition did arrive, and the game became pure shit because the game went from being about small tactical squad combat on a map where you can actually move afford your army because it was like 20, 30 models plus the vehicles, and then suddenly it's now about no, you need 60 to 100 to be able to play, which now, mind you, that's rookie numbers these days. But no, I hated that transition from second to third because they got rid of the ability to put your ass behind a wall and have the wall actually do something for you. No, the game has gotten crappier and crappier. Yes, I remember these conversations from when they actually happened at that point in time. And yes, no, and World of Warcraft did have its phases of God damn it pandas, God damn it space goats, God damn it elves. What else do we have? Oh yeah, God damn it goblins. God damn, just keep inserting new annoyance that just keeps making it worse.
Goddamn werewolves.
Fucking wolf, yeah, fucking furries. Like we didn't have enough furries with the space goats. I guess we didn't, or the cows. No, now we need to have the. I had the wolf furries involved. Great. Have you checked out yet? No.
This was several years ago, but somebody made a comment about furry, and my mom heard it, and she's like, "Fuck is a furry?" I'm like, "I'm not having this conversation with you, Mom." Nope. Hey, Chris. Yeah, go talk to Mom. Okay. Come back downstairs. You bastard. I'm like, yeah, I am. Actually, there was that comedian. He was a furry that I actually fucking really enjoyed. To the Raven Griffin, I think his name was.
What?
To the Raven Griffin. He was really popular in the early 2000s. What the lady that made me and you, Bruce, Eskimo Brothers,
Oh,
turned me onto that. Granted, years later, I introduced my kids to Avenue Q because internet's meant for porn.
well, that was a nice beer.
Oh, Yinglings are coming to Illinois.
Who's coming to Illinois?
Yinglings.
It's about time. They're only 2 hours away from you in Indiana if you just drive to Terre Haute and then do a UE.
Yeah, but it's Indiana.
I like Indiana. Indiana's full of crazy white girls with fat asses.
Hey, in April they're going to have a expo for weird oddities and curiosities will be happening at the Indianapolis State Fairgrounds at the end of April.
I don't know if you can read this or not.
It's a dark chocolate, black chocolate, something chocolate ale.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Okay.
No, you still have the banner up. Oh, there we go. Chocolate stout.
Chocolate stout.
Nice. Import stout. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you can read the final part, but it's 10% ABV.
Oh, that'll get you going after a few.
This is amazing, and I recommend anybody that likes a chocolate stout to go for this. At least try it. It's as good, and I'm really on some sacred ground here when I say this. I feel this is as good as the Hershey chocolate porter that comes out every fucking holiday season.
Ooh, that is good.
That's nuts.
I like nitro stout. It tastes like a Heath bar.
I know, but I'm just not big into Heath bars. That's my problem. I don't like the Heath.
So me and Kevin Ayler have been hanging out some.
How's he doing?
He's doing good. He'll be working at H&R Block as a seasonal job because he wants to get back into the world of bean counting.
Is he right now at Spirit Halloween helping close the store?
No, he's at a.
I had to ask.
He's at a mill, steel mill or something like that. He's. And I caught it. Anyways, so no, he's doing manual labor right now, but he wants to get back into the office work, which I don't follow him because factory work sucks. It's needed. Don't get me wrong. I have no bashing on people that work factories. I've done my share of factory work over the years, but it does suck. But me and him went over to BG's Karaoke over in Bartonville on Friday. Yeah, Friday. And they have dollar Budweiser night in can. So I laid down like a $20 bill, and I was kind of drunk when I left.
Hmm.
A lot of people. Oh man, if I never have to hear Journey, don't stop yeah,
Don't stop
believing,
believing.
it'd be too soon. Like by the second time somebody was singing it, I look at Kevin's like, you need to change one word in the song and it becomes so much better. He's like, what word? Drinking. Don't stop drinking. And the song makes more sense to me now. Oh, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me changing that word out to drinking makes the song better.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you you're wrong, whether you're wrong or not. So,
So, I just I like the song way back when Atari 2600 was the only alternative to the Intellivision superiority. There was a little shitty company that had a Journey Escape game. And me being like 8 years old, 9 years old, I saw this game at the store and they were selling it. I didn't know where else they sold it because we had an Eagle Food Mart. Take you back to the 80s, people. Remember Eagle Food Mart? I do.
Yeah. East Peoria.
yes. Actually,
Equal.
Harmon Highway.
No, that's true.
Dollar Bud? That's highway robbery. Okay.
That should have been 50 cents.
This this is a food mart. We're not supposed to have quality toys or games. And I bought this because I saved up $6 in change. They had it on sale for like less than $10. And I bought Journey Escape. And the game starts off, you see like this planet and explodes, and then the scarab comes out, and it does like 4 rotations going from the top right to the lower left. Does that 4 times, and then the game starts. You're supposed to guide the 5 members of Journey through the crowd and keep their money so they can do the next tour. It doesn't give you a minimum you have to have money wise, but you have to do all the characters, and it doesn't give you the names of the characters, it gives you their initials. But they all look the same. You have to take them to the scarab one at a time. And once you do that, it repeats the intro cycle with the exploding planet and the scarab flies around. But this game was stupidly fun for people that were of limited entertainment needed. And it was about 1/10 as fun as River Raid. But I still played it for hours. And you would have the Journey riffs going on in the background. So when I was a dumb young kid, and I'm still dumb, I'm just older now, I really grew to love Journey Don't Stop Believing. So as much as I hate California, Bay Area, yeah, they got it right on a few things. Bay Area is also home to my favorite guitarist of all time, Joe Satriani.
Yeah.
So, not home. That's where he developed as a musician because he was a guitar teacher in the teens and 20s. He taught Stevie Vaughan, or not Stevie Ray Vaughan, Passion and Warfare. That guy, Steve Vai. He taught Steve Vai guitar and refined him a bit, and then Vai went off and he played with Frank Zappa, and later got into some other big stuff. And then he discovered David Lee Roth, and then Guitar Magazine, they're interviewing him, and he's like, "Where the fuck did you learn how to play guitar?" And he's like, "It's my best friend, Joe Satriani." And Satriani had already put out a CD, but nobody paid attention to it. And he had the Crush of Love that would occasionally play on the radio, but nobody knew it. They just knew the riff. Anyway, so then as the magazine came out with David Lee Roth's new guitarist, here comes Satriani with like, "I got a new 10-song album, and it's going to be badass. It's Surfing with the Alien." And that was when his star blew up. And that was fun. But I wasn't there for that. I didn't listen to him until 4 years later. So I could tell you the story of Satriani. I could regurgitate it for you in my sleep. I just like Satriani. So, anyway, go ahead and let me shut up for a moment. Or I hope I didn't bore you guys.
No,
You're
good.
listening.
Oh, hi.
Hi, everybody.
Wait, you're back?
We had to bring Connell and Baron on whenever you guys pop in the chat on these Kai streams. No offense to me and Kai. We can carry a stream for 6 hours. I don't have to even say anything. Kai will fucking just ramble.
I do ramble. I'm sorry.
He'll talk on a fucking topic, and he'll bunny trail over here for 30 minutes. He'll come back and go over here and bunny trail into this for a bit. And then he'll come over here and talk about why Memorex was the best Sony ever did and go over there for a little bit. But then he comes back and he continues on and tells you why fucking really you never need to play an advanced squad leader because we have a better version of it called Memoir 44. And everybody should just stick with that because it's all the parts of the game you really want anyway.
So, did you ever watch a show called Connections?
Yes.
Okay. I'm pretty much that, okay? We'll start here, and eventually we're going to end up on a beach. Don't ask how we get that, how the show gets there, but it will.
For a second, I thought you were talking about a dating show. Boy, was I wrong.
No, okay. Okay, have you watched the show Connections?
No, but I have to look into it now because once again, I thought it was a dating show out of the 90s.
No. The idea behind the Connection show is that you start with one topic, and you eventually end up through a chain of connections and links to a whole different thing that's somehow connected to the original topic. So you'll start with, say, I don't know, the invention of fire, and you'll end up with space with communication satellites. And of course, it ends with the narrator on that episode ended on the narrator on a beach because he was going to go talk to the guy who invented the first communication satellite. Much like how when I'm talking about gaming, we'll start at A, and then we'll, as Bruce just said, tangentially bounce between 100 topics and eventually end with, you know what, or how tonight. And tonight we started talking about a topic, and now we hit cigar shops, FUDs, and who knows where it goes. So yeah.
So the show was ran by people that had a severe case of ADD. Gotcha.
It's a very good classic educational show. It's had many versions of it, and it's worth watching. It's just a good show.
I'll look into it.
I'm actually surprised you haven't watched it before, Connell.
I might have. It's not ringing any particular bells, but alcohol and concussions can kind of make you forget about shit.
Right.
I'm really liking how this guy blends, or how I'm learning how to blend with this one figure.
Remember when Aldi's used to sell video games? That was forever ago.
God. 6 degrees of Blaine. If you win, you get to vacation in Solar City. But first, Bruce will take you on an Uber ride through Rainbow Road. What's that racetrack on Mario Kart? Rainbow Road. Okay. I've never owned a fucking Nintendo and a Mario Kart at the same time. Some of you are looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
No. I mean, I heard it happens. I don't know how, but I heard it can happen.
I only buy Nintendo products so I can play Castlevania games.
That's fair.
Most of them you get on Steam now.
Yeah, I'm really digging it because I just got the Castlevania collection. I'm going to be buying the Advanced collection and the newer release they just did. And fuck it all. I don't want to put Google Play on my PC But if I do that, I can put Symphony of the Night on my PC. Don't do it, Bruce. They will arrest you for a hate crime. I actually can see that happening. Somebody's going to get upset. Baron, you live with Kurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't tried to wheedle you into running or playing a game?
We are all really busy.
Mm.
Yeah, I was really surprised that him and Kirsty were like no longer.
Yeah, happens.
I never saw her coming to a point. I hate to say the word maturity, but sometimes when you grow older, you grow apart. And I didn't think that was going to happen to her because she seemed like she was really content to continue to be the teenager that just lost her daddy. And he was like, I'm your daddy. And it was, as much as other people would disagree with me, to me, it just appeared from an outsider standpoint, it seemed to be healthy for her because it gave her a coping mechanism at the very worst.
It was all before I got here, so I'm just kind of going with it.
Yeah. I mean, I hope they're both doing well. The reason why I don't really want Kurt in the current games that I'm running is that he plays characters that in a more local campaign, I would have no problem running in the game world. In
I know.
This environment, he likes playing Strix, which are flyers. And with the current campaigns that I'm running, like I kind of have to run like a blind game or a double blind game for the most part. And when you have a character that has like the super advantage of I can fly, well, fuck, And a lot of GMs are not like that. They'll be happy to run a character that can fly. They fucking love it. For me, it kind of robs the GM of the surprise motherfucker factor.
Surprise, motherfucker!
I love the surprise motherfucker factor. I really do. I think it's one of the coolest things. Like with tonight's low level game, the players went to bed after drinking way too much after having some serious combat encounters. And instead of them getting a good night's rest, they're going to wake up getting ambushed at like 4 hours in, like 2 hours before sunrise. And they weren't really going to get much rest that day anyway. But that's going to start off a nasty set of events. And this campaign, the apprentice level going into journeyman campaign, that's going to be like, as far as being a GM is concerned, if I can get these players to having characters they really love, I succeeded as a GM.
Yep. True story. 7 strangers lost.
It's hard when you're designing a game and you're running it at the same time, because like things will happen and like you'll be laying awake at night and like today, for example, been thinking about like the various iterations of haste that have came out over the years, and so I dropped the haste that we all know down a spell level, so it's now 3rd. Normally it'd be 4th in my campaign because Fireball and Lightning Bolt are in Fly are 4th level spells. So they dropped it down to 3rd level. And then I started making plans as I'm running the game as to what would an improved version of haste do. Because haste with this, it drops your speed factor on all actions by 1. It gives you a magic bonus of -1 to your action speeds. for the next 90 minutes. And for every 5 spell levels you have, for every 5 caster levels you have, 5 caster levels, that spell duration goes up another 30 seconds. So haste can last quite a while, and it can get them to do more and more and more and more. I love it. But the second version of haste is going to be like a 6th level spell, and it'll do more things. It'll allow them to achieve more in a limited amount of time. I don't know. I just like the fact I'm running with speed factors, that everything is incrementally in seconds, and to me, it feels like a more logical version of the game. Is it fair? Absolutely not. Is it more fun for Bruce? Yes.
That's what matters. So.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, that's kind of what you want after you've been running a game that has for way too long been on your table. Like, I've ran Pathfinder as primarily my only game since 2009. Since I lived in Deer Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved every minute of it. Actually, it was before that because they had the beta book.
Mm-hmm.
And out of the beta book. And in like 2008. Thank you, Kai, for pointing that out to me, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
But I've ran the same rule set for 14 years, and in your head, you like when you start fucking with the game system, when you start running it, you start thinking like, I don't know if I like this. And you'll think about rules. You'll fucking think about it, and you're laying in bed at night, and you just deflated your flesh weasel. And you're like in post-nut clarity, and you're thinking about stuff like, I don't know if I like the way this archetype fits in with my theme of my campaign. Blah. And you have these stupid thoughts, post-nut clarity. And you write a few down, and then time goes on. And it took until 2018 when Paizo announced they were doing a second edition. Here's the beta test we have so far, and it will be available in hardcover within this time frame. And I thought, well, this is kind of cool. I'll check it out. And in the meantime, I'm going to modify their system because now they're done fucking with it. Like, they've got everything they ever wanted in Pathfinder, and it's written and published. And they'll still support it for third parties. If they want to write and publish new third-party material for first edition, we'll do it. And they've not cut that off yet. In fact, Pathfinder first edition still gets more fucking players on Roll20 than second ed. From what I understand, second ed is really nice, clean, and balanced. And I would hope that people find a way to make that a way to tell their stories and have big, long campaigns. Don't know if it's happening or not. But first edition gets more fucking play because of its wild fucking nature. Second edition is very balanced. First edition has the fucking roof torn off. There's no ceiling. Go as high as you want with all the crazy shit you want. And as a GM that likes to fucking fiddle, I saw that rule set and I'm like, I can't stay away from this. I'm going to stick my dick in it.
That's where you always have problems, Bruce.
I'm actually not having a problem with this one. We're having some fun birthing pains.
Well,
If my
most,
players,
most people will run into trouble when they have like, I want to stick my dick into that.
if my players have a problem with the way the game is working and the way the game is set, I would really hope that they don't have a problem at least talking to me about that. I think I'm mostly a fair GM unless you start the game as a pinko commie blue-haired terrorist and then like, why are you at my table? Get out. But most anyone else, 99% of humanity, welcome at my table. Welcome to download my stuff. Check it out. See if it works. Drive it. Fuck with it. And the majority of things I'm going to hear complaint-wise are going to be like, well, there's no XP chart. There's no way for us to track one player's level. well, really, no offense, but we could do this with experience points, or if you run a game that has a lot of downtime, experience points matter only so much as to get them to that next level. And then the training time takes over because now they got to take time off. They got to spend at least a month or 2 weeks in heavy fucking study, and fucking there's die rolls for the heavy study. Don't do that. Spend a month off. And they fucking sit back and do stuff, or just take a full season off. You should have enough money to sit back for a season, hug your mom and dad, pet your dog, do family things. Because you just got back off an operation and it was ugly.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's definitely, I find when it comes to leveling, honestly, it's not that I won't write down the XP and split divided by X, and this is how everybody gets. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll do that. But it's either that, like I said, I don't have a problem with, or say, hey, you guys are here. This is mile marker 315. I need everybody to level, and you can, just get back to gaming.
Typically, I don't let them level unless they can sit back. I need them to be able to decompress. And I know that maybe in a lot of theory circles and theory crafting, you don't want to do that. A lot of people will disagree with me, and that's quite okay. But I want my players to tell their characters that's over, relax. And I do that primarily for the fact that really it's the GM telling his players, not the player characters, he's telling the players, like, you've earned this time off. Go eat a pizza. Go watch the sunset with your loved ones. Go do things that you don't do nearly enough. And I honestly feel like that's probably something that's the largest takeaway that I've seen with my own self over the past nearly 50 years. You're going to do things when you're a young kid into adulthood, into middle age, that sometimes you're just going to be in this evolution of just, you're churning things and you're not realizing it, but you're just fucking churning weeks over weeks over weeks over at your job just so you can afford a new refrigerator, or you're fucking putting in overtime at your shitty job so you can afford a new down payment on a car or truck you really want that will get you the happiness you need so you're not fucking miserable for the 30 minutes on your way to work or out of work. And you have these times, these spans of times where you're just trudging away, and you need to be able to just routinely make your skill check so nothing fucks up that plan. And before you've known it, you being diligent and you getting the right amount of rest and treating yourself right, you get that opportunity to do those things. And some people don't experience that because they never learn discipline. And so, like, they only get their moments of respite whenever, like, something happens, like their grandfather dies and he gives them like a $5,000 inheritance or some misanthropic small amount. But they get at least a little bit of the pressure off their throat, and they realize that things will have to change. If they get older, they can't withstand the boot on their throat so much. And it's just kind of, to me, I guess, really the leveling and the experience points churning and all that, for me, really more reflects me telling the players, as much as I love having you there for every session, if your family misses you, go eat dinner with dad. Go fucking take mom out to a nice Olive Garden dinner, or whatever goes for 4-star restaurant eating where you live, or 3.5 stars if you live in East Peoria. Whatever substitute you have for that, I care for you enough to where I want you to go and take mom out or take your nephew out because you don't see him enough, or you don't see this friend of yours from high school that lives like a block down from you, or maybe you and Garrett should go visit the cigar store, that sort of thing. And there's so much stress in our daily fucking miserable lives as we are bombarded by media we don't want, by fucking voices we don't really want to hear, that in all honesty, we're not selfish enough in our age of selfish fucking narcissism, of social media bullshit, to where we don't take time out to think of the people that we used to fucking treasure every moment with, but now it's just a, oh yeah, I saw them on Facebook, I clicked like on their post. And I really want at least my small circle of friends to recognize that I care for them. But at the same time, whenever that time hits where they've got to go spend time with significant others or family or close individuals, don't waste a second with me. Go do those things that you can cling on to in your memory for years to come. And I don't know if that ever will sink in with the reader base of this rule set, but I hope it does, because there's too many people I know that they're trapped in the mindset that once they get it locked into a job or vocation, that's it. They don't have time for family. They don't have time for friends. They don't have time for anything but fucking social media. Like on Instagram, join me on Twitter, get involved with me on fucking Signal, blah, blah, blah. And that's their miserable existence. And I'm trying to avoid that trap my own self. Fuck yeah, Six Nations. In other words, experience your life. Don't just live it. Just don't fucking let the time pass. And I hope I didn't preach too hard.
Nah.
Well, boys, it is 1:10 in the evening, and I do need to go to bed. So,
Right.
Baron, take care of yourself.
Good
Kai.
hearing from you. Thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, you two gents, Connell, Baron, if you guys see me running, especially for the fucking if you see me running for the alpha test and you guys went in, you're in.
okay.
I just gotta find the time, or
Yeah.
hit the lottery.
I know.
Both
I
are
get
good.
that. I have
Or we wait for Bruce to hit the lottery, and then he just pays for all of us.
dude, if I hit something over 50 million, I promise you I will. You got to cover your own ass on your medical side. But I got your fucking septic and electricity, okay? And but water too.
Not yet. No, you're supposed to hit the lottery and buy that castle in Connecticut, and
God damn it! I gotta move to Clement. That
Yeah.
castle, God, that better come with a free fucking hoodie. I am not moving to Connecticut without me some fucking flannel wear. Do you understand how far north that is? Now,
Yeah. I just got a new hoodie. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
nice. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's from Overnight Channel. They did this is the first time I ever did it. This is their whole thing. Of course they do like paranormal shit and stuff like that. But yeah, I got oh yeah, this one's.
Ooh.
That is nice, dude.
Very.
You know there are artists in my way. I'm getting ready to start doing mugs. No,
I
you're
do
so
not.
right. I think the name of the company is going to be Big Dick Energy Gaming.
It'll get canceled. No, as soon as the trademark's filed, it's canceled.
That's fine. We'll still fucking advertise on Gab. We'll market through Etsy or some. Okay, fine. We'll go through fucking either Pornhub or some Christian marketer. I don't give a shit.
I'm surprised you're not with Janet in our campaign, especially early days. I'm surprised we're not, streaming from Pornhub. Fuck's sake.
Six Nations, it's always a pleasure to have you around, man. I loved
But,
having you in the game earlier today.
but yeah, I do need to go because I'm getting tired. So I will speak to y'all later.
Take care,
Take care.
man. God bless you, man. Get some rest.
everybody.
He's always a pleasure to have on.
Definitely.
You think I should have Brother Ronaldo as like one of the senior clerics within Bard's Gate? Brother Ronaldo was Garrett's
Yeah.
Rise of the Grimlord's character. Or no, that was the Tollus character, which he then, I believe, ported to
Two.
Rise of the Grimlord. Yeah. Fuck yeah, BDE Gaming. Hell yeah. For those of you that don't know, later on today, me and Janet will be in Discord with whoever joins us, and we're going to be watching this wonderful movie called The Emerald Forest. If you've never seen The Emerald Forest, you've never seen Powers Booth at his fucking best.
Which one?
The Emerald Forest.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's been a while, but I've seen that one.
It's an amazing movie. It's really good. The synopsis is when he's a young father, Powers Booth's character is out with his family in the rainforest of Brazil because they live in Rio de Janeiro. And he works for a company and they're doing infrastructure things there. And he has a situation happen. His son gets separated from him in the middle of the rainforest and he disappears. And so for the next untold weeks and months that he gets chances to, he goes back out and he searches for his son. And they don't find him. And he never really gives up on his son. He always believes he's alive. And it's the story of a man who they do find his son years later, and all the things they go through in the process after that unification. It's an adventure movie, and it is a great adventure movie. Just like Six Nations says, you get a lot of tatas in this movie. So many tatas. So, as Bruce, go ahead.
That's bonus, yeah.
When I was a 13-year-old, 12-year-old kid, somewhere around there, we had a place in Decatur that I rented this movie from. Actually, I had my dad rent it because it was like R, and they would let me borrow the Betamax VCR tape for it. So Dad rented this movie a few times for me, and I thought it was just a badass movie. And it's a great movie if you love tits. But it's even a better movie if you just appreciate good characters, excellent pacing, and good action. So you already sneak preview for tomorrow's stream or later today's stream. I like this movie. In fact, I'm going to watch it for the first time in over 30 years. And I'm probably right to assume that I'm going to rate this movie in the high 70s or above, maybe in the 80s. And big fan of Powers Booth. It shocked me when he died a few years back. I didn't expect that. I didn't know he was like suffering, but that guy has such a good record of good movies and good TV series he contributed to. But then I found this gem, and this movie, it resonated with me like, oh yeah, that was Powers Booth. Holy fuck. This is Powers Booth in his youth and in his power and at the start of his rise in Hollywood. Be part of this tomorrow. Join our Discord. Come join us and have yourself a different time, because there's really not there's not a lot of individuals that still talk about this movie or advocate it, but this film is such a fucking joy. This is like the perfect mid-budget adventure movie. This is in that same joyous realm of like I Come in Peace or uh, dare I say Big Trouble in Little China. A movie that doesn't cost a whole lot to make, but it has so much to offer the viewer. I hope you guys like it.
Fuck, he's young in this movie. Hey, and also has Meg Foster in it.
I love Meg Foster. She was the perfect evil Lynn for Masters of the Universe.
It's those eyes. It you know. He can look into my soul. You know what we should do?
What's up?
I know you got your gig with Jan and them, but one of these, I don't know, Saturdays or Sundays where we're both kind of just putting around, probably after a game. You've seen the TV show Deadwood.
I love that show.
We should review Deadwood.
First episode.
Just a episode. Just a episode.
The first episode, I think, is actually the iconic Deadwood episode for the fact that everybody's seen it. Very few people followed it at the very end. The very end is amazing. But the first episode is a great starting point.
Oh, God, yeah.
And do not make that movie a drinking stream.
Oh, I'm see. Hold on. That's where I was going to get there. We should get beer.
No.
Nothing heavy, but beer.
No.
Beer. And every time a certain word, cocksucker, is said, we have to take a drink.
Is this said a lot?
Dude, you don't have the liver for that answer.
I have the liver for that answer.
No, you don't. You don't either.
Hey,
None of us.
Mine's been properly trained over the years.
No, the three of us combined might have the liver to survive the first episode as a drinking stream. You understand that? And we would have to rotate. Like the first cocksucker, I would start. I'd have a drink. The second cocksucker, Blaine would have to have a drink. Third cocksucker, fucking Tom will have a drink. And we need a fourth person. Because otherwise,
I nominate Six Nation.
There's so many cocksuckers in that fucking first episode that you are shit-faced.
Oh, no shit.
Completely fucking shit-faced. From the end of all that, you are fucked.
It's like playing a drinking game with the 1995 Disney's Aladdin. Every time Ron Williams' character makes some kind of joke that has it's just out of context of the movie. It's like in the very first song, he turns into Jack Nicholson to drink, or But oh god, yeah, that I don't know how we could review it on YouTube and actually we could talk about it, but we couldn't actually sit down and watch it.
I would love to watch it.
Yeah.
And I think it's on a Plex server somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure. The other thing I was thinking, since the holidays are coming up, I was going to see if you and whoever else, Kai, you're always invited, doing a just one-off movie review for, I'm thinking, either National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation or the one who put the faith of Santa Claus back into me, Violent Night. So there's things to talk about. I mean, you guys like Hundreds of Beavers.
Listen, Hundreds of Beavers was a fucking instant classic.
Right.
That movie was so good and so unexpected. I don't even know how that movie got ignored. That movie should not have been ignored. That was a perfect film.
I thought it was great.
Yeah. And the progression of how the hero kept doing various things to unlock new stuff.
Right.
It felt like he was in my fucking Pathfinder game, which I thought was great.
Kai, have you seen that movie?
Which one?
Hundreds of Beavers?
No.
Oh, okay.
What have I missed?
It's great. I think you'd enjoy it.
It is a funny movie. You should watch it with a loved one. And there's a lot of good physical comedy in it.
Oh, God. Imagine an old black and white movie meets with the old-fashioned Looney Tunes cartoon that's based up in Canada.
He's a fucking apple cider jack. He's an apple jack. And he goes out to check out the maple one day, and all of the forest is AFU, just completely situation normal, all fucked up. And the fucking beavers are the reason for this. And the beavers cause him grief of a level that he cannot fathom. And they make his life a living hell. And as he's trying to get himself back together, he meets up with a merchant and his amazing daughter, and he gets a crush on the daughter. The daughter starts to like him, but the merchant says, if you are going to be part of our lives, you have to do some things first before I give you your ultimatum. And so he goes through this series of trials, and he becomes more adept at getting rid of beavers. But the beavers are crafty. Also, the beavers are just 6 various people with beaver onesies. So
It's a very furry friendly.
it's a fucking furry fest. It's great. It's one of the funniest fucking movies you'll ever see. Because the physical comedy is at a peak level and has not been seen like this since like Airplane or any Abrams Zucker movie. It's super fucking peak, dude.
Wow. Okay.
Hundreds of beavers, and they eventually form a space program. The beavers are advanced.
You can watch it free on Amazon Prime Video has it, Freevee has it for free, Pluto TV has it, Tubi has it for free.
Tubi has it? Oh my god. I'm gonna put that in the chat because y'all motherfuckers need to watch this movie. This is the greatest fucking comedy that's been released in the last 5 years.
All right.
I'll have to review it on my channel.
Holy shit! It's on Tubi.
Yeah.
Okay. In the chat, right the fuck now. Bam. There you go, kids. You want to watch this movie? Bruce has it. There's the link for you. Click it, save it. Watch it tomorrow with your friends in the evening. Laugh your heads off. Perfect fucking fall movie for you. I can't
Wow.
believe movies
I
on
gotta
TV.
find a way to turn that movie into a drinking game.
Every time pain is shown on screen.
Yeah. And you said Deadwood would be dangerous. Fuck that.
That's the only thing more deadly than Deadwood.
Fuck. Alright. This has been fun. I really needed this week. And thanks for shooting me a link to come onto your stream there, Bruce.
Hey, I'm honest with you and Garrett. The other 2 guys I have an open invite to for my stream for the alpha test.
Oh, yeah.
The other 2 guys I got for my alpha test, if they ever show up, if they ever want in, is Joe and Randy out of Biggest Geekus. As much as those guys are missed, they don't have a show because they wanted to play more. And if they're not playing on Tuesdays, I'll be pissed. They stopped their stream because they wanted to play more. They imagine talking about gaming so much, you almost talk yourself out of the hobby.
Yeah.
Yes.
You end up seeing more of the cons than the pros, and it's sad.
Well, I mean, this is why I tell people learn to paint miniatures. As much as I'm not playing the game right now, I'm still I got shit going on in my head because I see all this stuff. So I know what's going on. And I have a clue as to how I want to have it take place at the battle mat.
So,
And I think anybody that loves gaming of any form, this cathartic hobby that I have right here, this stupid little hobby where I make fucking elephants.
Bobo the Elephant King.
Yeah, I fucking love it. I'll just show you real quick yeah, there we go. And this is the cover they have for the guy. I know that I didn't do it quite all the way. I want to do the eyes like that. I'm going to have a hard time. Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you again.
Don't die. Don't die. Please. It's going to be a while for me to get the frocking down as good as what they got there, but I'm going to try. And,
I haven't got that far into the painting concept yet. Russell has been trying to talk me into that. I have not even had the time to play Flames of War as much as I want. And that game, it's not an RPG, but it's fucking fun as hell. Especially if you're any kind of a history nut. Oh, speaking of stuff, if you have a chance, and if you know who JD Delay is,
yep.
He just did. It was released this past Sunday on Unsubscribe, where he's hanging out with those fuckers.
I've got Pepperbox.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want you to know I have Pepperbox.
I'm going to end up buying one I'm going to end up buying one of his hats.
He's a treasure. I like him more than I like Gary from Nerdrotic, okay?
Yeah.
Not that Nerdrotic bad, but I honestly feel that JD Vance has more to offer humanity than Hate Clicks. I feel that he has so many life lessons, and he's shared more to try to help out those around him. And the fact that whenever COVID happened, the cops weren't going into the bad spots in Miami. JD Delay decided he would. And he's like, listen, I know where the fucking heroin dens are at. I'm going to go take Narcan to these people. Can you give me Narcan? And the police were like, yeah, we got you. The sheriff, don't worry. We'll help you with this. No, we don't have the knowledge you have. We have no idea where these people are. Not where all of them are at, like you know. And so they fucking got behind this guy, and they worked with him to make sure there was less fatalities during COVID when everything else shut down.
I'm going to find a way to get him on one of our streams.
I would love to. It would be like too much porn now. I love that guy.
Yeah.
I take it you watch Unsubscribe.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I really appreciate what they do. I watch Pepperbox primarily because of that. As much as they have administrative results and Micah and everybody else, I'm there for the main five of Unsubscribe: Angry Cops, Fat Electrician, Eli Double Tap. Although I never watch Eli's content aside from Unsubscribe, and I watch a lot of Brandon Herrera.
Right.
And I do anything Donut Operator puts out. I typically watch unless it's like a vlog stream, a vlog grader stream, because I don't like. He's way too fucking happy and cheery for being a cop previously. Like he's got such a bright fucking sunshiny outlook on life. Like I can't watch him all the way through.
It's like eating at Bennigan's, with those happy fuckers. I just can't do it.
Why not just watch the movie Waiting? At least we, have a good payoff. I'm sorry. I appreciate you two for being here with me. Thank you to Garrett for being here with me as well. For those of you that are in chat, still here watching us.
4 hours later.
Yeah, 4 hours later. You didn't have to be here with us, and hopefully we made it at least enjoyable enough for you to understand why we congregate the way we do. I try to do this every 2 weeks with Kai. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't, and it's okay. I want you to spend time with people you love. I want you to spend time with people that love you. And you get a little bit of chance, check out our streams. See what we've got. I'll be uploading apprentice levels for how to win at fantasy role-playing games. I think that's going to be the fucking title of my game. And I hope it generates thousands and thousands of dollars. But don't. It's my fucking hobby. I'm not a professional. I'm just a guy that runs it. And I've ran streams and I've ran games for decades. And I hope that you guys enjoy the stuff we do. Thank you to Connell, Cigar DM, and to Kai for being with me tonight.
Always, and if you're doing these streams and it's late enough where it feels appropriate to have me on, I'll always say hi. Drop me a link and I'll light up a cigar and I'll bullshit with you guys over gaming or anything else.
We'll do it.